worse, actually.
You know, I don't even know if I got that thing done.
I was running late on it anyways. I appreciate it, Judy.
That's my Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is not in. Mr. Carota? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Gordon is not in. We have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. Request for changes in addition to the agenda.
Yeah, I got a request to check.
Mr. Mays?
And I want to discuss threats and harassment of council members.
You're not talking about.
I've got the right to amend the motion. Quincy Murphy, whisper to you and try to direct you how to chair. When I vote, point of order, I can make an amendment to this motion, and you get directions from the wrong. Ms. Downing, you brought up, including the resume. Point of order. You can,
Wait a minute, Mr. May, we're getting clarity, making sure what the attorney is saying. So we said that by default, we go back to the 5 minutes?
By default, it would be the 5 minutes unless somebody moves to limit or extend it.
and I got the
Point of
vote.
order.
Oh, 1 minute.
Point of order. The motion was to amend, which is one round of 3 minutes, correct?
I don't believe that it specified for a motion to amend how long the debate was, so it's, goes to default time unless there is a motion to limit or extend.
So we waiting on you to rule, Madam Chair. There go your advice. Y'all normally listen to it. Madam Chair, may I continue? The meeting is 5 minutes to run.
All right, so, all right, go ahead and proceed, Mr. Mayor. Oh, hold on, let's be clear, pause it. So we will have, there's 2 rounds of 5 minutes. Okay, all right. So we will have 2 rounds of 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, I think the record will show you tried to limit this to 3 minutes, 1 round. And I don't trust y'all have tried to change these rules, in my opinion, to box me in on legitimate discussion of business and don't even know them really yourself. Let me say this. Those rules were approved when I was wrongfully threw out of the meeting and this young council people made moves. Now I'm making a motion to discuss multi-million-dollar budgets. And until Ms. Burns came in, you couldn't get a second. Now y'all can do what you want on Saturday, the 15th. I'll probably be in Dallas, Texas. Nobody asked me nothing. They just set the schedule. That's funny, Miss Lewis. I mean, you just chuckling and chuckling under that mask. This is important business. But you want to be the ultimate. Other than math based upon my
are we saying not council rules or Robert rules? From the charter? Okay, because I mean, I think we need to address conduct unbecoming. Because we don't be up here. We don't have some time. Put something in place so we don't keep having a problem. Because we're close. We're very, and we don't even have, we're missing 2 people today. And we're close. So, is that something that you could find out, Attorney Kim, about conduct unbecoming of a council member?
I'm sorry, Mr. May is saying something I couldn't hear.
Can you please check to see, can we find out something about rules, conduct unbecoming of a council member, so that we cannot just have hearsay? Is there something you could email me on it, or?
I can email you a copy of the charter.
So you're set up,
I don't think that there aren't specific rules in the way, there are not specific rules in the way that you're describing where, you know, the council has, I believe the council has adopted a code of conduct or something of that nature that would cover the situations. The council could adopt a code of conduct as part of its rules. It hasn't done so yet.
Okay, then that's what we need to do then, thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, through you to Attorney Kim, I want you to look at the law. The law, if I'm not mistaken, talks about a 3rd-degree felony to threaten elected officials. So they talking about the charter and council rules. You don't think there's nothing there. It's something in the law.
I don't believe
I didn't
I ever
ask
said
you.
that there was
I didn't
nothing
ask
there.
Madam Chair, did you give him the floor? Did I ask for him to have the floor? I'm telling you what I think I know. And I'm not gonna let you waste my time in this public arena. You can go to your office and research the law. I ain't gotta create no rule about getting threatened or harassed. It's already in the law. Now, through you, Madam Chair, to the Ethics and Accountability Board member, Mr. Harris, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Harris, can you approach?
Well, Mr. Mays, we are in a motion.
Stop the clock.
We are in a motion.
And in a
To-
motion,
to
I can
amend.
request any point
To
of order.
amend.
Point of order. In a motion, I can address people, the city attorney, a Ethics and Accountability Board member, Mr. Edwards. Where you been for a year you didn't know we could address people?
Point of
Mr.
order. Never, withdraw.
Mr. Mays, we are currently in a motion to amend the add-ons.
And
This is not the actual discussion. We are going to vote to have the actual discussion.
Madam
And we-
Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
We are in discussion on a motion to amend, to add this discussion. It won't make it. So my opportunity is to discuss it now. What are you talking about? We ain't in discussion on a motion. Yes, we are.
Mr. Mays, again, we are in discussion to talk about amending the motion.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Are you ruling we can't have discussion on this public safety health issue? We just had it. What are you talking about? That's exactly what we in a
Mr.
motion to
Mays, you're
discuss.
not being germane to the issue. That we are on,
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I second that.
Yeah, appeal has been made to the ruling of the chair and seconded by Councilwoman Burns. And an appeal, the chair will go first. We are currently,
Order. No.
no,
Appeals process change, rule 1.2.
Point of order. What is the chair and Ms. Hergenrode and Mr. Murphy doing? Can you talk out loud? Do we have to guess at what y'all doing? Is this an open meeting or a private little clique?
Point of order.
We're in an appeal.
I call the point of order for clarity and for the record. I call the point of order to correct the appeals process, which is regarding Rule 1.2. Just so all council members are all on the same page, that's where we're at. There's no other private conversation happening.
What's your point of order, point of information through you to the speaker, if I may? You say the chair is deciding wrong on how the appeal go. You saying the chair don't know and you trying to correct her under these new goofy rules. Is that what you're saying? I'm paraphrasing.
What I'm saying is according to Rule 1.2, the chair does not speak first.
But the chair used to speak first.
Correct.
And used to speak last.
Correct.
And so you had changed
Point
the
of
rules
order.
now. Point of information.
Please.
Do you know
Point of
now
order.
what happens?
Mr. May.
Because she don't.
Mr. May, point of order.
This is not germane. Make your ruling
This
on
is crazy.
1.2.
All right, so,
What rule, point of information, through you to the rule maker who did it by herself, what rule are you referring to? I'm not laughing, I'm trying to look at the rule.
1.2.
1.2, hell, they done changed in 2 weeks. And you the only one seem to know. 1.2.
All right, got it. Appreciate it. All right, so the chair stands corrected. Under the new rules, the appeal begins with beginning with the member who made the appeal and concluding with the chair. Each member may speak once regarding the appeal for 3 minutes per council member. Unless a majority of council persons elect vote to overturn the chair's ruling, the chair ruling stands. So the appeal will start with the person that made the appeal. Mr. May will have 3 minutes.
Let me say this. This chair and Ms. Hergenrode and others tried to change and make these rules in the darkness of the night. Now it's coming to light, the chair looking foolish. Ms. Hergenrode is stating the rules, her and I don't know who else made them up, but they put me out wrongfully and then passed the rules. It used to be you had to get 5 votes one way or another. Now they got the game rigged where a chair can just say something, be right or wrong, and without 5 votes, the chair's ruling don't stand. That's stupid. It ain't like that in Robert's rules, ain't parliamentary procedure. This deck has been stacked. They done did a mutiny and took all the chairmanships. But Dale Lewis don't know, Quincy Murphy don't know, Hergenrode done made up the rules, and Priestley going along for the ride. Pfeiffer, he just sets. Amen. Anything to do with us, he against. He just wanted Miller Road dirt. This appeal has to do with whether or not we can have discussion about harassment and threats for one, the budget, and then also the amendments that the clerk wanted to make to add to the agenda. This chair is trying to rule in front of everybody. I don't know if it's a lack of understanding, intelligence, or what, but one of the subject matters we can have discussion on. Now everybody sitting here done heard us discuss it with Attorney Kim. When I asked for a discussion with Mr. Harris, it's a different treatment. Oh, he can't discuss, you can't discuss this. That's exactly what we own. The discussion of a motion on whether or not we gonna have this on the agenda. Now my son, he older now, but you could bring the 7th to 10th grader in here. And if the motion has to do with this subject matter, it's germane. All it means is relevant. That's what germane means. She's supposed to be a PhD and don't know whether or not my discussion with Mr. Harris or the Ethics and Accountability Board is just as germane or relevant to the discussion we've already had with Attorney Kim.
Mr. Mays,
Stop the clock.
thank you. So I'm going to issue you your first warning.
Point of order.
You know, you
Point
are,
of order.
I'm going to issue your first warning for the lack of decorum.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Calling the chair stupid. And leaving
I
as
appeal the
read by
ruling of the
education.
chair.
It's totally out of line.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It has been appealed and properly second. So, person that's, so appeal within the appeal. Go ahead, Mr. Colonel Kim.
Actually, a ruling of the chair cannot be appealed while an appeal is pending.
Point of order.
Under Robert's.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point
Thank you,
of
Colonel
order.
Kim.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I'm not thanking him because anytime you give me a warning to try to throw me out, an appeal under our rules is immediate. And our rules talk about immediate procedure. It don't talk about what he's talking about. He shouldn't even be in on the discussion. You done allowed the appeal. It's been properly seconded. We ain't withdrew it. So what are you talking about? He don't even know how to file a complaint on threats and harassment. He's a politician too. So now we done got a appeal made and second. What you talking about, point of order denied? It's we on the appeal, a second. It's been made and seconded. He out of line.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
You cannot have an appeal while an appeal is on the floor.
Point of
You cannot have
information.
two appeals.
Point of information. Where you reading that from, Miss Priestley? His lips?
No, sir.
Well, where you reading it from?
It's in Robert's rules.
Okay, our rules take precedent over Robert's rules.
Not unless they're addressed.
Our rules address it. It say an appeal is immediate.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, go ahead. I just want to speak next on the first appeal, which is the only appeal on the floor.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point of order.
What's your
If they want to discuss this, that's why we're in an appeal. People can't just holler out and be parliamentarians. Unless they change it, an appeal to the decision of the chair is immediate. Our rules take precedent. Once she try to give me a warning, the appeal I make to that is immediate. And did y'all take that word out? You can't wait 2 hours later and appeal something. It's immediate.
In this case, Madam Chair,
Point of order. He ain't got the floor. Now, if Ariel, why don't you just stand up and go to talking? Mr. Dumas, you the first vice president of the NAACP. This guy out of line.
Point of order.
Warn him.
Dr. Lewis has the floor. There's no other member that should be speaking.
Thank you. So with that being said, Attorney General.
yes, Mr. Mays is incorrect because our rules are silent as to the status of an appeal while an appeal is pending. So in that case, the
Point of information.
rules then.
Point of
What's
information.
your point?
Through you to Mr. Kim, our rules are not silent on an immediate appeal, are they, or do you not?
Our rules do not address what to do when an appeal is made while an appeal is pending. Therefore, Robert's rules would control in that circumstance.
Point of
And the
information.
time for making an appeal
Point
of that
of
would.
information. All talking should stop.
Mr. Mays.
My point of information, are you looking at the rules and you're telling me an immediate appeal to the decision of the chair has been removed? It ain't silent if it says immediate.
I'm telling you that the rules, council rules as adopted, do not address the situation where an appeal is made while an appeal is pending. There's a specific provision
Point
in
of
Robert's rules.
information.
There's also no.
Point of information.
What is your point?
Don't our rules supersede Robert's rules and it say a decision of the chair is appealable immediately? It ain't silent, is it?
You're incorrectly applying the rules.
Oh, applying, but do it say that literally?
You are incorrectly applying the
Okay, I
rules.
can read.
Madam Chair, I would like the floor.
This meeting
I
is
also agree that we just
adjourned
lost
for
a
lack
quorum.
of a quorum.
We just lost quorum.
This meeting is adjourned for lack of a quorum.
It is
That's what it is.
5:33, and the special affairs meeting is adjourned due to lack of quorum.
Did you make it down here?
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Harkemiller? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing? Present. You have 6 members present?
There are 6 members present. That brings us down to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Pfeiffer, will you care to lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we go into the prayer, are there any members of our community that would honor with walk or live?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to ask a prayer for Ms. Winfrey Carter and the loss of her uncle.
Any others?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like for the body to remember Ms. Deborah Jean Poplar. That is Ms. Deborah Jean Poplar. Thank you.
Any others? Ms. Priestley, do you care giving the blessing, and then we'll stand for a moment of silence?
Sure. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this gorgeous day. And as we work together, let us get the will of the city done and show your face among us tonight. Lord, be with those who are in need and to protect those who are need protection. In Jesus' name.
Let's stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, so here's down to the disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual shall be subject to arrest, and violators shall be removed from the meetings. Is there a request for any changes or additions to the agenda?
Yes. Yes. I would like to move, the agenda items, special affairs resolution, 230-059, operational office of public health. Also, resolution 230-095, grant acceptance of Michigan People American Rescue Plan grant awarded by the DPW Water Pollution Control. Resolution 230-097, contract Winston Electric Company, electrician services, fire department training, rooms, upgrades. Resolution 230-098, Technologies Incorporation, Ferris, Chloride. Resolution 230-102, contract Wade Trim Incorporation, TC Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and the street project, Waste Unload Project Engineering. Resolution 230-103, contract Wade Trim Incorporation, Clean Water State Revolving Fund, Phase 3 project battery feed secondary clarifier flow control engineering. Resolution 230-106, agreement of the City of Flint and the Genesee County Land Bank Authority Choice Neighborhood Area Demolition. Resolution 230-109, public hearing amendments, rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council. Appointments, the add-on resolution 230105. Also, the appointments, resolution 230046, appointment to the Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Bishop Roger Jones Sr., resolution 230089, reappointment of the Flint Planning Commission, Robert Gould, resolution appointment 230107, reappointment of the Zoning Board of Appeals, Matthew Telleder, appointment 230108, appointment of the Ethics and Accountability Board, Metcalf Hutchison. I would like to add all of them to the council agenda.
All right. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda?
Chair, Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I still want to discuss, in a special order, the threats and harassment as it relates to council members and the discussion of the budget. And this is before 5 minutes, unless otherwise by the rules. And so I would ask that they be added as well.
Any others?
Yes, I forgot one, add on that I wanted to add. I wanted to discuss the, pump station, pump number 5, that, pump number 5 that went down over the weekend or whatever past week. I would say about 10 minutes to discuss that pump number 5, malfunction. Thank you.
Any others?
Madam Chair, I would like to discuss pump station number 5 too. So 10 minutes is not going to be enough if Councilman Murphy begins that, because we share time. I need approximately, I would like to put in, not quite EPW, so no max than 10 minutes. I think 20 minutes because we have a lot of residents who are without water.
All right. 20 minutes. Anything else? All right. We will vote on those requests for changes or additions. Because there were 3 requests, we'll do the resolutions. I will read those numbers, we'll vote on that, then we will do the discussion orders, or excuse me, the discussion items, we'll vote on that, and then we'll do the pump station number 5, and we'll vote on that. All right, so for the first request to change, which is for resolution 230059, 2300, oh, I have 59 twice, on there twice, 95, thank you. Excuse me. All right, so to start over and to clarify for the record, we have 230059, 230095, 230097, 230098, 230102, 230103, 230105, 230106, 230109, 23046, 23089, 2301007, 2301008. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
What's your point?
There's no discussion on a motion.
I don't believe so because this is the agenda change. Ms. Burns, let me double check. Because this is just the agenda change.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I mean, that's just normal, is when your
That's what I'm
motion
trying to
is
clarify,
made.
Mr.
May I
Burns.
finish my point?
I'm trying.
Who is interrupting?
Okay.
Beg your pardon? Was that you? You out of order when I call a point of order? Let me finish. Don't overtalk me, please. A lot gets lost in the translation. When a motion is made and properly seconded anywhere in the United States, you saying it ain't no discussion?
Okay, I don't believe there is any discussion according to Rule 6.1. I will read that into the record, which says matters shall be placed on the agenda.
Point of information.
What's the point?
Who made these rules?
The council voted on these rules, and as such, they are passed. Rule 6.1, matters shall be placed on the agenda of any meeting of the city council by action of the council president or by any presiding chair of any committee of the council, or at the request of the mayor or clerk prior to the start of the meeting. After roll call, the presiding officer shall ask for any changes or additions to the agenda. Agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer, and any unopposed agenda changes or additions may be adopted by consent. Madam Clerk, roll
Point
call,
of
please.
order.
What's your point?
A motion has been made and properly seconded, correct?
Mr. Mays, this is not a motion.
Point of order.
I'm trying to answer your question.
I'm asking a question.
I'm answering your
So
question.
it was no motion, correct?
Mr. Mays. as
Point
a
of
judge-
order.
What is your point?
Let me finish my point and then answer the question. So there's no motion been made or properly seconded.
Mr. Mays, according to Rule 6.1. as
Point
judge-
of order.
Mr. Mays,
Point of order.
I have to rule on your previous 3 points of
When
order.
I say point of order, all talking shall cease.
Mr. Mays, I have to rule on your points of order.
Point
which were
of
raised
order.
Previously.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I asked a specific question, and then I'm gonna listen till you go around the rosy. It's a quick answer. No motion has been made or properly seconded on these agenda changes, correct?
Mr. Mays, to answer your point of order for the third time, according to Rule 6.1, as I just read into the record, we asked for additions or changes to the agenda. This is an agenda change. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
What's your point?
It says in Rule 6.1, agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer. And any unopposed agenda changes or additions may be adopted by consent.
Exactly.
So what is we voting on if you did, what you didn't approve?
We are
Because you
on,
don't have to have a vote to approve them from what I'm reading in your new rules. So you refusing to approve all of them? It say only the ones that's unopposed needs to be voted on by consent.
Mr. Mays, we're gonna vote.
Now, point of order.
What is your point?
You said read Rule 6.1. You had a lot to do with it. It says agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer. We've said what we want. You refusing to approve them. And if so, which ones? Them the only ones need to be voted on by consent. Do you interpret that the same way as me?
Mr. Mays,
Ms. Herkenroth?
I'm asking the clerk for, I believe, the third or fourth time for a vote. Roll call.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays.
Point of order.
What is your point, Mr. Mays?
Who opposing which changes? That's the only time we vote. From what I read, is anybody opposing some of the changes? I haven't not heard that discussion.
Madam Chair, I oppose every one of them.
Okay, roll call, please. There's an opposition. Roll call, please.
Point of order.
What's your point?
If he opposed them and it's gonna be a vote for a consent, then a motion must be made. He just opposed it.
Mr. Mays.
So you want me to move to adopt them in consent?
Mr. Mays. We have been at this for I don't even know how many minutes. We're just trying to get the agenda changes. We are trying to get through one thing so we can actually get some business done for this city. So.
Point of
Mr. Mays,
order.
I'm not yet finished. Mr. Pfeiffer raised an opposition as such that triggers a voting for the resolutions. Roll call.
Point of
please.
order.
What's your point?
Ms. Herkenroth, you was calling for the vote before he raised opposition. That's a fact. Once he raised opposition, then it say may be adopted by consent. Had he not raised opposition, you was already prematurely calling for the vote. You were wrong. You could have approved them all without objection.
Mr. Mays.
No, I'll make a motion to adopt them by consent. He just opposed them. There's no motion to adopt by consent. You want me to ask the clerk what our records show?
Mr. Mays.
You ain't making me look like a fool. You gonna make yourself look like one if you don't entertain my motion to adopt these agenda changes by consent.
Okay.
And I'll so move.
Mr. Mayor. For again, I think we're at the 5th time now. We're gonna call for the vote. There was
Point
an
of
opposition.
order.
Will you please let me finish? We're gonna call for the vote. As you have stated many times, not in these chambers, because we're obviously not in the chambers. When we are in council, it is the respectful nature of this body and of this president to ensure that we are all voting on the roll call way of this council, which is different than committee. As such, we were calling for a roll call. There were a number of points of order raised, which was not only delaying the vote on this agenda change so that we could actually get the business of the city done. And from my count, we have wasted at least 10 minutes doing this. There was a point of opposition raised by Mr. Pfeiffer, which means that we have the roll call vote, which is what we were doing already. And for the fifth
Point
time,
of information.
what is the point?
Isn't it a fact you was calling for the vote before he opposed?
As I stated, and I believe the record will indicate, that is what I just said. Davina, Ms. Clerk, roll call.
Point of order.
Please. Mr. Mays, what is your
Point of order. In order to vote, you need a motion. I move that we adopt the consent agenda as it relates to agenda change. You can't vote on air. You need a motion. He opposed. So I'm making a motion. Your job is to see if it's a second.
Mr. Mays.
Ms. Herkenroth.
Again, because we are doing the agenda changes, it's very different than requests for adoption, for ordinances, for resolutions, for appointments. The simple act of...
Point of information.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, the rules say additions may be adopted. When you see the word adopted, it's a motion preceding the adoption. You can't just say roll call, ain't no motion.
Mr. Mays?
Ms. Herkenroth.
Okay.
You
So,
can't be right and wrong at the same time. He opposed them, you was already calling for a vote. If he didn't oppose them, it says that the presiding officer could approve them. You did. So now we at a point of he opposed, I'm making a motion to adopt them and I so move.
Mr.
Simple.
Mays,
What are you fighting that for?
I'm going to again read the rules.
Okay, read it, I
Which
didn't
is
say it quiet.
6.1, matters shall be placed on the agenda of any meeting of the city council by action of the council president or any presiding chair of any committee of the council, or at the request of the mayor or the clerk prior to the start of any meeting. After roll call, the presiding officer shall ask for any additions or changes to the agenda. Agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer, and any unopposed agenda changes or additions may be adopted by consent. As I have stated previously,
Point
Mr.
of
Mays,
information.
what is your point?
He opposed all of them.
So, Mr. Mays, we are at the vote on that opposition. Roll call, please.
Point of
Madam
order.
Clerk. What is your point?
It says, any changes need to be approved by the presiding officer, they would. And any unopposed agenda changes may be adopted by consent. He opposed them. It don't say the ones he opposed can be adopted. It says any unopposed. He opposed all of them may be adopted by consent. So that means to me, a motion can be made and they can be adopted if the motion passed.
Mr.
He
Mays.
done opposed them. We
Mr.
can't
Mays.
vote on nothing that they ain't there
Mr.
yet.
Mays, I'm going to defer to the attorney on this matter since it is clear that the ruling of the chair has gathered opposition. Mr. Kim, would you like to shed some light on this procedural thing?
Yes, Madam President, as the members of this body might recall, this issue actually came up back in February, and the rules in question haven't changed since then. I believe it was Councilmember Pfeiffer who brought this up previously. Essentially, that there is no requirement for a motion for the body to take action on an issue of parliamentary procedure. It's simply permitted that decisions on parliamentary procedure can be done by motion. That's according to Rule 8.1. So the chair is correct in that the chair can call for a vote as you're attempting to do.
Thank you very much.
Point of information,
What is your point?
through you to the attorney.
What's your
What did
point?
you just say? You said 8.1. Did you refer to 8.1?
Yes. Rule 8.1 states that other action made upon motion, including decisions of parliamentary procedure. It uses the permissive word may, which means that a decision on parliamentary procedure does not require a motion to be made.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays, you do not have the floor. Ms.
I'm asking for it.
I'm not giving you the floor.
Point
Madam
of order.
Clerk, what's your point?
Rule 8.1 says all official action of the council as required by the charter shall be by ordinance or resolution. But decisions on parliamentary procedure may be made upon motion. This is a parliamentary procedure. It may or it may not, but if there's gonna be some action by, as it relates to parliamentary procedure, it may be done by motion. Other actions may be made upon motion, including decisions on parliamentary procedure. So if we don't wanna do no agenda changes, we may not make a motion, but if we gonna do some, that means we make a motion and vote on it. It's clear.
Mr. Mays, let me rule on your point. There's a very crucial rule, or excuse me, a very crucial word in that whole rule, and that word is may. In the legal standing, as you well know, if the word may is involved, it means it can happen, but it does not need to happen. As such, the chair will again call for
Point
the
of
vote.
order.
Mr. Mays,
Point of order.
give me 1 moment.
If
Mr.
no,
Mays,
I was voted in to have more than 1 moment. Don't get beside yourself. If you don't make a motion, we move on.
Mr.
But
Mays.
you may make a motion. You screwing that interpretation up.
Mr.
If
Mays.
it's gonna be a parliamentary decision made, you don't need a resolution or ordinance, no paperwork. You may make it by motion. That's what it said in 8.1.
Mr. Mays, may I rule on your point? Thank you much. Given the fact that it is now 6:25, we have still not even adopted an agenda, and the councilman from the first ward continues to delay these proceedings, I will give you your first warning, and again say.
I appeal the ruling of the chair. I appeal the ruling of the chair. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Wow.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Mays, you have the floor. I'm sorry, Davina, you got the clock all queued up and ready to go?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Just a second, Mr. Mays, let's make sure that we have the clock ready to go. You good? Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and to this council, I read very well, and I interpret sometimes better. Attorney Kim that interjects himself into this argument and pulling up, you may make a motion. You don't have to, but in this case, I may, and anybody may. It says in 8.1, if you don't make a decision on a ordinance or resolution, you have to vote on it. It says if there's a parliamentary procedure type issue, you may make a motion. She believes that it don't need a motion nowhere. Just call a roll call vote. Everybody know that the chair should state the motion and then ask for a vote. Now, it ain't no motion. She done warned me for raising that issue. All we gotta do is get an outside attorney to read these rules, keep Mr. Politic lawyer out of it, and we move forward. Now, me, myself, I'm gonna get warned for telling folks what I read. Anybody in the audience can come and get it and read. They hung up on whether you may make a motion. It don't mean shall, it means may. Yeah, you may. And I'm an elected official, I made one. I may. What, mine don't count? But it ain't that I made it. The real argument is when you got a decision that's got to be voted on, if it don't fall up under ordinance or resolution, it can be settled under parliamentary procedure in their own rules say by motion. You don't need paperwork. Now, Attorney Kim, I don't know where he graduated from law school from, but anybody with sense should know if Rule 8.1 say resolution and ordinance, paperwork, parliamentary procedure may be done by motion. And Hurricane Road can give me a warning for being right. I don't expect for all of these folks to my left to agree with me. She talking about time. The time you done took arguing with me would have took less time if there's a motion, is there a second? I've been doing business for 10 years, Ms. Hurricane Road. and doing it well. Y'all the worst group of council people I've experienced.
Thank you. Is there any other member who wishes to speak in this appeal? Is there any other member who wishes to speak in this appeal? Final call. As a reminder, for the appeals process, according to Rule 1.2, the question is, shall the decision of the chair be reversed? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
What's your point?
State what the decision is. You gave me a first warning. I appealed it. That's what we vote on, whether or not your first warning should be reversed. State the motion.
You just did for me, thank you very much.
Well, I should have to do this, yeah.
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenberger?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
I vote 2 yes. 6 no.
2 yes, 6 no, the ruling of the chair stands. Mr. Mays has been issued his first warning. Madam Clerk, as a reminder, we were on the vote for the additions to the agenda. Roll call, please.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenberger?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
7 yes, 1 no, we've got those resolutions on there. Did I hear a point?
Beg your pardon?
Did I hear a point?
Yeah, but you was talking so fast, I wanted to withdraw my no and make it an abstention because it was no motion on it.
All right, so that
If
brings
you
us down to our
entertain that,
second
that could be
agenda
done
change.
regularly.
That brings us down to our
Like
second
point of
agenda
order.
change. What's your point?
So if you ain't entertaining that, the record would stay the same. If you are, it would show one abstention.
I didn't realize that you actually want that point actually in there?
Yeah, I
So
would
it's not
want that
just
in there.
operationally. Okay, what's your point?
That I would have changed to an abstention because there was no motion on the floor.
So I believe that would change it to 6 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. That ruling still stands. All right, so then we're on to our second agenda change, which is in regards to the 2 special orders, 5 minutes each, as requested by Councilman Mays. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on adding that to the agenda.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Burns?
No.
Hurkenberger? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing? No. Mr. Mays?
I was abstained because no motion is properly on the floor of the board.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Vote is 0 yes, 7 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 0 yes, 7 no, and 1 abstention. And then our final agenda change is a 20-minute special order regarding pump number 5 that went down over the weekend. And I do apologize, I did not ask for on the agenda, you guys want that. According to the new council rules, it would be after the resolutions with the FYI.
I think we have,
I would like it before.
Okay.
I would like to have it before because we have, residents who are here.
That works for me. All right, roll call please to have that special order before the consent agenda.
Point of order.
Mr. Point?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't know if we'll ever get a chance other than with any of these goofy rules, but I see an opportunity. If that ain't resolved in 20 minutes, I'm gonna ask for it to go longer. But we'll see what happens with the 20 minutes.
Okay, that's an improper point. Roll call please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
That's what she told me.
Hurkenberger?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain. There's no motion on the record to be voted upon.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention, so the 20-minute special order prior to the consent agenda, excuse me, which actually brings us down to that special order. So that was requested by Mr. Murphy and Ms. Burns. I don't mind,
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Okay, I got the floor.
No, I just gave you
You
the floor.
just recognized.
Mr. Mays,
You just recognized.
Mr. Mays,
Point of order.
Mr. Mays.
Point of order.
What's the point?
I asked for the floor and you recognized me. Now
Mr.
that
Mays,
you
perhaps
know.
you did not hear me, but I had given the floor to
Point
Mr.
of
Murphy,
order.
and I was asking Mr.
I didn't hear you.
Okay, well, that's all right, it's okay. I
No,
know
it's
you-
not okay because you got 20 minutes and I'm asking for the floor and you gave it to me. You
Mr.
want to
Mays.
renege?
Because you did not hear me give the floor to Mr. Murphy does not mean that I gave
We
the
should
floor.
all hear you.
Okay, Mr. Murphy has.
You
the
was
floor,
talking to
and then
Ms.
Mr.
Burns and I asked for the floor and you gave it to
Mr.
me.
Mays, you are out of order. It is Mr. Murphy.
No, I called a point of order. You can rule on it, but I ain't out of order for calling a point of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
I was not out of order for calling a point of order.
Mr.
What you
Mays, you did not
did.
ask me for a point of order, you just looked at me and said, Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Don't be long, he said. I wanted to talk about, number 5, that, was down over the weekend. We had, several hundred, 40,000, I'm not sure what the number count is, of residents who basements backed up. I was getting calls, I'm sure my colleagues were getting calls. My colleague in the second ward, took a hit over the weekend from people in the community expecting that she should have done more as a council person to deal with the situation in Front 5 because residents in the second ward basements have backed up. But this pump station 5 did not discriminate when it comes down to what residents' homes it affected. It not only affected people in the second ward, it affected people in the fifth ward. I got a friend that lived on Welch Street, and him and his neighbor were pumping stuff out of their basement. And then when I look back at an article, I just pulled it up. Pump station failure sent 8.5 million gallons of sewage into the Flint River. This was a article that was put out February the 23rd, 2022. So this is not the first time that this has happened to this particular pump. So through you to the city administrator or someone that works with BPW, is there anyone here that can speak on that to explain to us what happened, what's the remedy for the residents to be made whole? How do we prevent this from happening? Because based on this article, this has happened before. So if it's not fixed, chances is it will happen again. And I think about years ago, I think the late Woodrow Stanley was the mayor then, they had a class action lawsuit against the city of Flint with the water backup in people's basements. This pump 5 has become a liability to the city of Flint and to the residents, because if this keeps happening, then it's a problem that we have not fixed, that we need to look at figuring out what do we need to do all things necessary to make sure that this don't happen. I'm not sure if there's someone from administration that can speak on this, but through the chair, if you could call someone up for me, that would help out. Another thing, to those who listen, this was not a second ward Councilman Dr. Lewis problem. This is the city of Flint problem. It's all our responsibility as a council, as the mayor and administration. So I just want to apologize to you on behalf of the heat that you had to get over the weekend that went on Facebook about you should have done more as a council person to address this issue. I don't think that's your role to respond.
No, that was actually me, and I apologize. I didn't mean to do that.
All right.
So as council, I just want you to know that that's not what you get paid to do. We got people that work in the DPW, we got the mayor and administration. They handle day-to-day operations. Now, city council, we don't give directive. So even if they record you, you don't have the power as a council person to give directive to make a department head go and do something. What you can do is call the mayor and administration office and email them, make a phone call, and see where they at in the situation, but that's not your job. So I know you got it.
Who do you want to call?
Okay, whoever, is it, Clyde, do you want to speak on it?
Do you mind coming down here to this podium? Does that work? Thank you. I'm sorry, they took the camera away.
Right, you can say it.
I realize they took the camera. You can stand wherever you like. I apologize. Yeah, sorry. That's on me.
So, my question to you, can you update us, what happened? What do we need to do to prevent this from happening? And how are you guys reaching out and contacting the residents? Or did y'all do an emergency contact to the residents to let them know that this situation was happening? What are we doing to make the residents whole? For those that's not even here today to speak on it.
Okay, I'm just going to give you some preliminaries about it, because there were 2 days involved here. There was a Monday where we had a tremendous amount of rain, and there was a Wednesday where we also had. The system technically was overwhelming, and ours is not the only system. Shiawassee, Owasso, Duran, they all experienced the same thing. The system was just overwhelming. The Water Pollution Control Center took on 100 million gallons, is capable of processing 30 million gallons. So the system itself just could not keep up with the water and rainfall that was taking place. Now, as far as, now that's just to give you the setting and the background to what the event was. And this was based on looking at what I said before, 2 days of excessive rainfall. With respect to a particular location, and I think we're talking about the Brownell location, I'm going to let Entrice Mitchell, who is our sewer supervisor, kind of give you some details about that portion of the event as it took place.
So yes, what we have to explain and what we have to have you guys understand is, with that much rain, the system is not designed to take that much rain. Well, what we have to do, I don't know, we have to get together, maybe try to get a bigger system, but that's millions and millions and millions of dollars. So that's something we would all have to think of collectively. But our systems, if a rain comes down with that much, when we have that much rain come down in 2 or 3 days, there's nowhere for it to go and it just backs up. Nothing was wrong with the pumps. I went inside the pumping station. I'm not on the point, I'm distribution. I'm the one that makes sure everything gets to the pumps. But I myself went inside there, and let's just say the pumps, it sits at 2 feet, well, the water is 10 feet. The raw sewage was 10 feet. The pumps were working fine. There's just nothing they could do. There's nowhere for it to pump.
So, my question to you, is there, because I didn't think that it was a lot of rain out there to make this happen. And
Did you look at the river?
we in the spring where we want to get rain. So this will happen again, if that's the case. And then, so you say it's gonna cost millions. So what should the residents do, their basements got backed up, that is dealing with this situation? Because they shouldn't be liable, the backup in their homes, because y'all don't have the capacity to deal with this. So almost basically, it sounds as if the residents just hit when it comes down to, the system just was overwhelmed. I didn't think it was that much rain, so I don't.
Did you get that much rain?
I just.
Did you get a chance to look at any of the rivers? Any creeks?
No, I did not.
So if you look at any river, and you look at any creek, they're all loaded. Every creek, look at the Flint River. Have you looked at how high the Flint River was? We did get a lot of water. It rolls up. Everything rises. It's just like it goes in and it rises up. So should we have to go do something bigger with the Flint River? You know,
but what does need to be done? Are they
Excuse
using the backflow check valve?
me, sir.
Why y'all not
Excuse
helping
me,
us with a
sir.
backflow check valve?
Sir,
It wouldn't happen again.
sir,
Backflow check
excuse
valve.
me, sir.
Y'all do it, not
We
us.
need to make sure, we only gotta have one person talking at a time. We gotta make sure, okay? There's gonna be an opportunity for public speaking, but we can't just keep shouting out, or I'm gonna have to give you a warning, okay?
All right, I'll take
All right,
it, sorry.
so-
I'm gonna reserve my time for my colleagues that want to ask some questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Murphy. Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know you're acting DPW director, and do we have anyone, a new DPW director on the horizon? That apply.
yeah, I think.
I know you're supervisor.
Yes.
I know. Are we, because this is an issue, and for us not to have a DPW director is a problem. Trees, did we test the water? Because people had no furnaces.
Right.
The temperature dropped like 29, 28.
Right.
There was washer, dryers, furnaces, hot water heaters, finished basements, and our damage claim process, which I need to get with Attorney Kim, because what I did do was make copies and pass them out to people, because people could not get them. So there was no power, was there a power failure, or there was no power, you went.
No. So like I said, I'm with the distribution. I'm with the distribution. I just went to the pump to see that the pump.
Because
was
there's more
functioning.
than, in pump 5, it's got more than 3 pumps, right?
Yeah, it has 3.
Okay,
If
so
I'm not mistaken, it
pump
has
station
3.
number 5.
Pump station number 5 has 3 pumps.
And so they were all working at capacity.
Yes.
And so it just, so you're saying that the system just could not keep
It
up?
just could not.
And I did, the rivers were high.
Right.
You know, some, and I did see Flint River was high. So, and that is not common. I think this is the worst it's been probably in like 20, 25 years.
25 years. And that's, I've never seen it this bad.
Yeah, I did work with these two prior, like, this is the worst I've seen in time. And so it was pretty bad. So, I don't know what we have to do, I'll have a DCW director to really address it, to get one.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, yeah, steps are being taken, steps have been taken. Steps were on their way prior to approach. It's just a tough industry. People are already placed where they're placed. But let me get to the business of what Mr. Burton.
Well, I want to address mine, I don't want to
No,
do it, because my time is limited. Our rules are, yeah, so I want to move it along. His,
Point of information,
Yeah.
can you leave me at least 2-3 minutes?
can I do what?
Leave me at least 2-3 minutes.
I will do it, before, because I'll do add some more, because this is important. People have got this sewage in their basement, and it's raw sewage, it's poop. And that's the problem, so they are left with this, and this gentleman, I saw you on the news with other people, and I think Latrice Sublett was on there. And so when we look at that we need to have something, a better process, because they went to a news station for help, and it didn't they couldn't reach anybody. They went to the news, And so they went to the news station, showed up there, I think mid-Michigan now, and they were pleading for help. That's just not the way we should be handling it. Now, we have an alert system, but the alert system wasn't used for this pump station 5, was it?
Now, we can't speak for the pump station, but I was out there when the incident, I was on site. I was on site for the whole issue. I was on Copeland. I might not have been on their street, but I was at the public station, I was on
No,
Copeland.
see, you was definitely at the public station, I talked to you, but
Sir.
All right, I can talk, go ahead.
How many homes did it affect?
I know for a fact, I think Keller, I don't know what street he's on exactly, but I know Keller was affected. Winona was affected in Copeland. It was like a few houses on Copeland. So I
Okay,
do
it's
know that.
kind of spirit, kind of like hit and miss this.
Yes, so, because some people can have a higher house lead, some people can have a lower. It could be, it's like a hit and miss. You can't say, yeah, this house will get it, this house will get it. You don't know. If they say you can have a sun, some people, you know what I'm saying? So it could be all kinds of scenarios to each person's house.
And so once everything, once the rain started, over, people's basements should start to drain.
Yes.
So we did not have this going on in the alert system. Mr. Evans.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
We
And see
put
that,
out there were other methodologies that were used to put out information. Because WPC is they're under regulations and requirements by Eagle and the EPA to put out information. So they were constantly putting out
but
press
we
releases.
did as a city, but we put out an Easter egg kind of for the alert system.
It's not, can we first establish, it's not an alert system. It wasn't meant, it's not an emergency system. That was not how it was developed.
Okay, so are you saying the alert system is not an emergency system?
It's not an emergency system.
So
It was never developed to be an emergency system.
Okay, so the alert system that we've been saying, if you have an emergency contact, look for it to come. So now it's an information system. So it's an information system where it's an Easter egg hunt, Thanksgiving dinners. It's for that now. It's not for if it is a tornado, if it's inclement weather, if it's flash flooding, if there is a sniper or a shooter or a lockdown. So it's not used for just emergency. See, that's gonna take away people saying there's a need, and they're like, oh, it's just something else from Flint, they're not gonna pay attention to it. Just like we know that first Saturday of every month, that someone, and then when we hear that siren, that we know we pay attention. Why? Because we know that's the emergency alert system. I was under the impression it's an emergency alert system. I don't need to know about an Easter egg hunt or anything else. We can do that on social media. Because these people had crap in their basement, and they went to bed cold. We should have used that system for that. We are failing the people with that.
Point of information.
What's the point?
I'm looking at the.
Oh, hold on,
Facebook.
isn't this my time?
Just
A point of information is valid.
Just to give information that the City of Flint West Facebook page does say that to receive emergency
Point of order.
alerts to go with
To go.
what you were saying.
Point of
That is-
order.
What's the
That's why I
point?
wanted to
A
say.
point of information is a quick inquiry to the speaker to clarify something. Let me finish. Miss Priestley was wrong talking about giving information. Would you warn her like you do the black man?
Mr. Priestley, that was a
One.
proper point of order, or I'm sorry, point of information, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. With that is bothersome, and we need to get into exactly what this system is designed for. I know a great turnout at the Easter egg hunt is great, but what's even greater is letting these residents know that we were there for them when they had a pump failure. And with the pump failure, it just was a failure because it couldn't keep up. You know, we should have been alerting them to, what help can we do? How do we get into services with you on Teresa or whomever? What steps should the public have taken? Don't come in contact with your water. Contact consumers. People don't know what to do with your furnace out. You got water and your hot water heater and your washer and dryer. And if you're drying, that's a problem. 3 feet of water and you can't come in contact with it because it's environmentally unsafe because it's sewage is a problem. That should be on the emergency alert system. That should have been notifying people. We did not do what I felt that system should have done. That's what I look, and they call my house. I don't know my own phone number, but they will call, but they didn't call for that. And so that to me is disappointing. Teresa, was there anything done with, was there a need to test the water or for residents who had water in their home Was there a need to have a bacteriological test or no?
Now, that comes from the water pollution control. I don't do
Okay.
any testing. I'm the
Okay.
one that, like, when you have a sewer backup, I'm the one that the truck comes out
Okay.
and does that.
Okay. So damage claims, Attorney Kim, for you, can we fast track some of these damage claims for these people who have experienced this issue? Because this was not their fault. These families have furnaces. We live in Michigan, the weather can still get cold. Is there anything we can do to expedite the damage claims that are being submitted?
We'll do whatever we can to process them as quickly as we can. I know right now, I'm guessing we have not received many, if any, to date, but it's relatively recent. I would expect those to be coming in soon.
Yeah, people had a problem getting in contact with anyone. And so when they couldn't reach them, they didn't know what to do. They showed up at the news station. I want to put a motion on the floor to extend the time, Madam Chair. 10 minutes.
Is there a second on that motion?
I second that, if I may.
I heard that second, hang on just a second.
Thank you, Bert.
Hang on, Mr. Mayor. All right, there's been a motion, it's been properly seconded, not sedated, I apologize. All right, there is no discussion on this motion, roll call please, Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hergenrother?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Votes 8 yes, 0 no.
All right, 8-0, no. Ms. Burns, you have the floor, we've extended the time for another additional 10 minutes.
Thank you. Attorney Kim, you were saying at the time, I'm sorry, you were saying that you would move to, you would receive, if any, you.
We have not received, I've not been informed we received any damage claims yet, but given how recently this occurred, that's not surprising. As they come in, I expect we'll be processing them as quickly as we can and going through that process. It sounds like Mr. Mitchell has already kind of begun the internal looking into the event, which is part of that process, so that should hopefully streamline that. Frankly, given talking with the gentleman earlier, given the probable amounts here, I would expect that we would probably have to discuss that further, both with city administration and with city council.
Okay. Is there a report, thank you, Attorney Kim, is there a report that you give that, Mr., I don't know the last
It's injuries, you all right?
No, I want to respect. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, is there a report that you have to submit in regards to what
Yes.
happened? Okay, so
I have to send a report to Eagle to the
Okay.
state. Once any type of raw sewage hits the streets, which it did, it hit the streets on Holden, we have to submit to the public, and I have to submit to the news. So we have an alert system that is alerted to them, and then it goes across the news. It shows the news, it's supposed to go to the newspaper, and that was alerted. I did that. We have to do, it's called an initial report.
and so in the initial report, we make sure we contact all the news agencies. We're not excluding any area.
Now, it goes through a computer, it's like a system. Once I email the systems, the numbers, the email address that I have, and it goes to them, and then they address it. Now, I don't, who it's going to, I can't be honest, I know, I think it's 12 and 5, I think.
Mr. Evans, you probably would know the process. Does it go to the communications director?
Well, it's, it meets the Eagle requirement, state's requirement. I don't know the number just offhand or the particular email address, but I know that Eagle vets this as a part of the process. So it has to meet their requirements in terms of distribution.
Okay. Are we doing, is the administration doing anything to help to expedite this with working with, say, this family to make sure that they are made whole? He's got things in someone else's basement, I believe, and you cannot use items that have sewage or those aren't, you can't use them. I mean, is the administration reaching out to these residents?
I think it's a matter of right now that we have to have further conversation
With the
city attorney. Yeah, we have to.
So are we saying to them to at least to fill out a damage claim?
I'm sorry.
Are we saying at the very least say, make sure you fill out a damage claim, so we need to know who did this affect?
I think that's the standard protocol for the city, whether you damage a
Did the
vehicle,
city do a press release on that?
a press release on.
Or to say, hey, we need, if you were affected by pump station number 5, contact the city to fill out a damage claim. I mean, did the city make any proactive moves to let people know who were affected by this, that you can fill out a damage claim?
I can speak to that. I don't have everyone, but everyone that I spoke to, and I'll tell you, on that day, I spoke to a ton of residents. I explained to them how the process goes. I said, there's nothing that I can do per se, but this is the steps you have to follow. You have to call the number, the damage claim number, and you go from there.
Yeah, I ended up making copies and passing them out, and I had pastors on Saturday. I dropped off to a pastor at McLaren Hospital. We was visiting the people who were affected, so we got to do a better job of helping our residents. Even in the absence of, even if one of our colleagues, I want one of my colleagues to step in my place if I was not available to fill in. I'm going to limit the rest of the time from other colleagues.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, through you to the gentleman, I think it's Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
I've seen you on the news, third time, and you said that was your sister, Sherrod, or something like that. Somebody called me, and then I seen the picture of that raw sewage in your basement. Some of them was finished basement. Consumers cut the power off in some cases.
But it was sparked, that's how high this
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, to him, I want him to be able to talk. Come up if you may. Yeah, I just don't want him getting on with you with them goofy rules, so I'm giving you permission to be able to speak. But this is my position, Mr. Johnson. If you listen to the debate earlier, it says council takes action by ordinance and resolution. In some cases, on parliamentary procedure, when they do it right, it's by motion. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Donahue. Ms. Donahue, I'm asking for a resolution to be drawn up. And that resolution would set aside X amount of dollars. I don't care if it's 200,000, 300,000, or whatever, for them residents. Because when folks' house blew up on the other side of town, you had all the attention. Now on this side of town, you got certain folks, and y'all couldn't get in touch with the mayor's office, couldn't get in touch with your council person. I got the call, and I answered it. Please, Ms. Lewis, don't piss me off mumbling to me under your breath. Madam Chair, I'm gonna alert you to that. I don't need this. So I answered, and then I did a 3-way call with the sewer department, and the young lady, that somebody named Tracy, your foreman, said the pump station was broke. Now I hear different information, regardless of whatever. Sewage in part of folks' house, and not in everybody's house, Ms. Fabulous. I wouldn't care if the river went up. I ain't gotta go around looking at creeks. All I know is sewage went into some folks' house. They happen to be black folks. And I know who spends the money here. And they wanted their hot water heater and furnaces yesterday, day before yesterday. So I don't want y'all, Mr. Johnson, caught up in the bureaucracy. I want a resolution drew up. I'm gonna see how many vote on it, allocating for starters, $200,000-300,000 to see. Cause one lady told me an estimated amount of damage. Hot water heaters, furnaces. We blessed with 70-degree weather today. But we don't know if it'll be 30 or 40 tomorrow. And you gotta sit and listen to politicians talk about the bureaucracy when we got money. ARPA funds, let them folks come up in here and request some money, $300,000. They give it if they vote no. 6 yes, 5 no, nays. You can't ask questions y'all order. I know how much money we got around here. And I know I want to see what this council vote on a resolution to settle them damage claims. I believe Mr. Kim never got money in the legal department to settle them yesterday. That's what I believe. But folks wanna say certain things. Now I'm hearing pump station number 5 were broke. I heard it on the phone with a resident. Now I'm hearing it was just overwhelming. Either way, sewage was in your basement. Ow, that's nasty. It was brown. It wasn't in my basement, it wasn't in everybody's basement. So it was a handful of people. We need to take care of it. Davina, I want that resolution. I wish I could have it today. I put it for a vote. But I want it by Saturday if it ain't here today. And I'm gonna tell you, let them sue me. Attorney Kim them got money to settle damage claims. If they don't, Dean Yotis done won plenty money on these type of claims. You ever heard of Attorney Dean Yotis? They need to settle it. And we need to help them settle it. So that's what I wanted to say. I'm listening. I'm listening. I ain't got to get into all of the whatever. Sewage was in your basement. I looked at them pictures. Couches, toys, kids' toys floating. I looked at you in the news. Couldn't find nobody to return your call. The mayor's office, this person, that person. I took the call. They said they couldn't catch Miss Lewis. I took the call and did a 3-way and then Googled your name looking for your phone number because you was on the news. And I had to wait till the second time, 10 o'clock news, 11, so I seen Johnson. And then I seen the spelling of the first name. Trying to get a phone number. Somebody listening, because you called out for anybody in power. That's what you said. Let me say this. I wouldn't care if it's a special meeting called around. I want these damage claims in, and I want them settled. I want furnaces, hot water, heaters fixed, and I want this taken care of day before yesterday or the day before. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is anybody else?
Thank you. You know, this happened in the second ward, and I was out of town. And being out of town, and just a council member, I don't have the power, as Councilman Murphy was saying, to go inside and fix it. I can refer individuals to administration. So we all understand that this was an act of God. An act of God cannot be controlled. I can use the rest of my time during council comments. That's fine.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that, the special order is now closed. That brings us down to our next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. The chair's going to take a motion for the consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
All right, it was moved by Mr. Priestley. Any separations?
Madam Chair.
Steering under Mr. Pfeiffer, and then Mr. Priestley to this over.
Separate 230.
3059. Is that it? Okay, Ms. Priestley?
230109.
230109. Anything else?
Yes. Oh. 23004. Oh, we just doing resolutions though, not appointments.
They're all the same.
Oh, well, I'm gonna do 230046.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else?
Is this separation?
Yes.
Yeah, I got some separation.
What's your separation?
He separated 06.
4-6.
I want to separate 203059.
That's already been separated.
It's been separated. What about 230095?
That one has not. Okay.
What about 230026? 230-105.
That is not.
I want that separated. What about 230-109?
Yes,
That was separated?
yes.
Okay. And it ain't no discussion if it ain't separated. So I want to separate them two change orders, 230-097 and 230-098.
Okay. All right, any others? Any others? Final call? All right, Madam Clerk, roll call please on the consent agenda. As a reminder, and for this body, the separations are two.
Point of order.
What's the point?
Point of order. Why didn't we do, am I on the right agenda, this city council agenda, so you do the vote on the consent agenda under these different rules before you let the public speak?
Yes, sir.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, did I hear another point from Mr. Murphy?
No, I just was looking at special affairs, and it shouldn't be this.
The 230-106 be separated?
106 did not get separated.
Yeah, I want to separate that.
All right. So the separations are as follows: 230059, 230109, 230046, 230095, 230105, 230097, 230098, and 230106. Madam Clerk, roll call please on the consent agenda with those separations.
Ms. Herb,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
I abstain until they switch it back where the public can speak and give input before we vote and take action. For those reasons, I abstain.
Ms. Lewis,
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That consent agenda has passed. That moves us down to public speaking. Where, do you want to over here, Dana?
Yes, so we have to speak. I just want to remind public speakers, we're asking that you go over to the stand over here so that we can keep you up on camera. And I'm also reminding council, and as well as everybody else in the room, because we don't have microphones, I'm talking loud. I need you all to talk the same, because I've already had complaints about people that can't hear you. You can't use microphones. I just need you to speak up a little bit. So, public speakers, if we just go over to that microphone or stand. For this meeting, though, you have to fill out the speaker slip beforehand. And I will call it outside.
We'll do for this purpose of this item, that this is a very different environment that we're in as well. We will go through, we will do the speaker slip, and then if there are any other members of the public who wish to address council, we'll go through those after. First.
We're going to do this.
So, just as a point of clarification for everyone again, if you did not fill out the speaker slip, we'll do those after. Come over here to this lectern, please, thank you. You have 3 minutes, you can only speak once.
I'm ready to stuff now.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm like creeping from the hospital bed. I was in a coma for 6 months due to this water in these pipes. I was here before with the same thing. This happened before this basement stuff happened. My basement flooded first. I told them about the state of emergency that was going on. And how it went in the basement, broke my pipe. Basement flooded. Then the lady from the leader from the city came finally came to the house. The pipe flooded the whole house. Me and my daughter had to go to the shelter of Flint. From the shelter of Flint, I started getting sick like he did, whatever. And ended up in early hospital for 6 months in a coma. I mean, I went as far as the buzz woman. I bugged her staff so much, she retired. You know what I'm saying? Because they got tired of all this stuff that y'all keep talking about y'all gonna do. My name needs to be on that list, 229 Crosby Street, even though my council person isn't here, about the same thing. I was here before, I don't know if y'all remember, I was here. And I ended up in the hospital. This is a life and death situation what's going on with these pipes and this water. But at the same thing, the NRDC, Melissa Mays, and the concerned pastors, we want to hold a town hall meeting right here in the city hall. There was more than 50 of us there at the library, but it's going to be more now because of what's going on with this. That this is a problem that talking to the lawyer, whatever, Mr. Kim is not going to work. They say he can't even talk to y'all because they can only talk to him, and he's not giving information back about what's going on with the pipes. Period. What's happening here right now is been happening. But people like me are dying, or we're in the hospital, we're silent. You don't know what's going on with us because it's like a slight, you call it genocide, or, build up downtown and we'll slightly disappear and die away. Well, I made it. I'm walking with a thing or whatever, and I'm back again to say, hey, I'm coming from the grave to speak to you all. You know what I'm saying? So I just hope that, we can, the city, the council can vote on the fact that we can have a town hall meeting between you and the citizens of the city of Flint, like you just did with that one person. We all need to come together and find out what's going on with these pipes and with this water. It's more than just lead, it's more than just the shit, it's more than all that. Because I went back in the house, my daughter was crying, they stuck. So I wasn't even thinking, I went back in the house. Boom, that they hit. Next thing I know, I was coughing just like he did. The next thing I know, I couldn't even hardly walk, I was dizzy. So, I don't know what else to say. I was here. This is before this happened this basic. I was here. I spoke to you about many things before, but I spoke to you about the water, my house, my pipe, the city of Flint, Lolita knows whatever her name, the mayor knows whatever. They're covering up. They can't take care of city business now. How are they going to take care of something else later? We, the citizens, have to come together with you all, that you represent us, come together and start. We the ones got to supervise this. We the ones got to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got all this. That's good.
Next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Councilwoman R.L. Mitchell, and for the record, to you, Madam Chair, for my friend Dennis, usually coming down here to City Hall, I asked for where he was, and the people's upstairs in the water department happened to go in their stall. They saw his name was on the stall, and they went outside to call, and they called Dennis, and where we was living at, they said, Dennis, they've been dead a whole year, and he's one of the artists that been in Earth, Wind, and Fire. They use the girls in the water department always come down and ask me what kind of records they, anyway, for that. But this hassle stuff, what happened last week, but I was on Friday, I didn't go to none of them meetings, but I was at home waiting for my pay to bring me some money back, and the radio said, the Good Friday service is gonna be at Chris something church over at 6:30. It was about 5:15 and they paid, so I just rushed outside. I was to get the money. I was going down the street, paid coming and giving him the money, but he said, I will take you over, but you got time to walk over there. I was walking, but the bus came and they put me right off in the front of the church on 2 Point Street. And then I seen the two ushers saw me get off the bus and I got there to them. They said, what you need, sir? I said, I'm coming to this, but we're not open yet. So I said, okay, I just take a walk to come back. And I walked through the back and I walked through a swamp right there in your ward, second ward. I just kept on walking like it wasn't nothing. Because I had some boots on and I went behind the hassle on the picnic table set for an hour. When I came back, on the way back, the neighbors from across the street saw me and two of them came out of the house and they said, hey you, where's Mays? Then 10 of them came out, and then they act, I guess it's done like that because they want to disturb the neighborhood, but I just kept on walking down the street, and 2 women in the car asked me, said, sir, what you doing? You need a ride? I started to get in the car, but I refused to because I never get back. But when I got back to the church, I had a stick, walking with a cane, and the dude, I seen one dude broke and ran in the church. I put the stick down in the door, and the 2 guards said, you can't go in there, sir. Come this, I put the stick in there. He said, come back and get this stick, and take this, and go where you're going. Get out. And then I threw the stick down at that point. Then I ran in the church. I met 2 more hostile guards. They were ushering me in the service. They was hurting. It was bad. But I'm saying this, the mayor was in there with concerned pastors, and the mayor gave the key to Bishop Roger Jones, and that was good right there because he's going to do some showing up demonstration at the hospital when he get on the board. Well, all these white people something keep your black head up, and nobody did nothing about it, but you know, this dude here broke up the council. Look at him, look at that mean looking face. Yeah, last week, and y'all ain't do nothing. Follow you tucking clicks and fight and all. What?
Your time is up.
But ma'am, you ain't just looking at me twice. And take that.
Thank you very much.
Take that.
Madam Clerk, who is our next public speaker?
Next speaker is Arthur. Mr. Woodson.
Good afternoon. Let me start off by saying, Ms. Reese, you're a conservative Republican, and you not to have any questions on the budget, and keep on passing budgets with high increasing assessments and taxes and everything else. I don't think you should even be in that seat. That's just my opinion as a conservative Republican. You know, I speak to Republicans and Democrats, wish to the Nation of Islam, all of them. Ms. Councilwoman Lewis, for you to say that's not your job to get in touch with the public, you knocked on everybody's door to set the board and ask them for their votes. It's not you telling the department heads what to do. It's getting information just like you stood here with the constituent, with the attorney, and got information for him. That's what they was calling for you to do, is to get the information because they couldn't get in touch with anyone. But your ego and your pride will not allow you to accept constructive criticism, and pride is before destruction. You was on Facebook all weekend defending your position. You said that I don't carry a drive back screenshot. Don't lie when you respond to what I'm saying, because I got great screenshots. You said it's not our problem that you can't afford 2 residents, one in Maryland and one here. Screenshots. You was even up this morning arguing with people on that new website. I saw it. It's screenshots. It's not the fact that people are trying to come at you. It's just that people are telling you that they're hurting out here, that they want to speak to their council person. They didn't have anyone to speak to, but you would go quickly to their door. That's all the elected officials. It's not just you. It's all elected officials. They promise one thing, and then when they get in that seat, they do something totally different. It's not just you. It's a lot of elected officials. And I know you're going to respond with a lot of condescending messaging and everything else. I know you're going to do that because that's your way of doing things. They shouldn't have to wait for you to do a town hall over there on Detroit Street or Martin Luther King. They should be able to get in touch with you. You answer the phone, you talk to them. Hey, listen, I'm getting ready to call the department head. I have access to the city administrator. I have access to the mayor. Let me call them, and I will get back in touch with you and let you know what they say. Then you can put it on the city administration. But for right now, the buck stops with you because you are the closest thing to them. You are their council person. You represent 2nd Ward. We should be able to reach out to you and pass a message. You are the middleman for us with the city administration. That's it. No one's trying to be smart with you. No one's trying to be argumentative with you. It's just the fact that you can talk to him now. You could have talked to him then. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker. The next speaker is Ms. Tara Moreno.
Good evening. So my name is Tara Marino Wallen, and I am the founder and executive director of Serenity House Communities. And we are located in downtown Flint at 1019 Church Street. We just received an invitation to be able to serve folks who have addiction, codependency, and trauma issues. So I'm here on behalf
Can't hear you.
I'm here on behalf of the opioid settlement dollars. I would like to say that those settlement dollars are to be used to help prevent overdoses and to help to prevent addiction, to go into treatment and recovery support services. And I'm saying this because I am a woman in long-term recovery. So I am in recovery from alcoholism and cocaine addiction. And I know Flint very well because I walked the streets in Flint for a period of time. And I'm here as a woman in recovery, asking the council that when you allocate these funds, that they're going towards what they need to go towards. And that's addiction recovery, specifically recovery support services. Treatment, it does work for some, but we need to be able to learn how to live outside of treatment. We need to be able to live our lives in communities of recovery. And that's what I'm building at Serenity House Communities. So I'm asking the council to be able to be open-minded and to allocate those funds where they're most needed for our city. We are seeing so many people die from overdoses. I have lost countless family members. I have lost lovers. I have lost friends. And I have been one of the blessed ones to be able to make it out. So I want to say also thank you for the work you're doing in the city, because this is the first city council meeting I've sat at in a while, and it seems like it might be getting a little bit better. And that's really hopeful. Oh, I've seen this, but I, you know, Eric, I used to drink with you.
Absolutely with me. How did you drink?
I did.
No, you did. How did you
So
drink?
that come and get her.
At the
How
loft.
did you drink? I don't even
At the
know
loft.
how much you drunk.
And I will
But you
say,
drank lemonade.
and I will say, that recovery is possible.
I think I'm gonna have
Recovery is possible, and it happens a lot for a lot of people. And at Serenity House Communities, I see so many people get their lives back and get hope and healing in their lives where they can be at peace within themselves and to be able to truly recover. So that's all I'll take of your time, and thank you so much.
As a reminder to the public, because of the acoustics and the lack of microphone, please speak, try to project as best as possible, and to members of the audience, please refrain from comments throughout a public speaker's time. Madam Clerk, who is our next speaker? Madam Clerk, who is our next speaker?
Next speaker is Vanessa Ellis.
Vanessa Ellis. Is that what you said, Vanessa Ellis? Not seeing any movement.
That was the last,
Okay, so I'm going to start with this line and we're going to go down. If there's any other members of the public who want to come up and speak during public speaking, you're more than welcome to. Again, 3 minutes. Come on up, sir. As a reminder, all audience members, please be respectful to our public speakers. Go ahead. State your name. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Don't forget to state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Sherdon Johnson, a resident of Winona Street, 2319 Winona. Been here for like 9 years now. I really don't need 3 minutes. I just need 1 second to say like what we just went through this last 2 days. I can't even describe it. Like feces, urine, tissue, everything that goes down the toilet is in my basement. Like. Where do you even start? Like, I don't understand that. I don't even understand that, but, my thing is, I wear a lot of hats. I'm a full-time engineer at Samsung. I have my own trucking company that I'm launching. I have 4 houses. Like, you just can't come home, like, after doing all of that, like, you just can't come home and be safe in air that you breathe, sanitary. That's not asking for a lot. I feel like that's just a little bit. My thing, backflow check valves. Like, why won't they put those on our house? The part itself is less than $200. It will stop all of this. We'll see if they do it.
Sir, don't forget to state your name for the record.
Yeah, Carl Keller, 4th Ward. I come here to see the city do the business, not to see how the sausage is made, you know what I mean? You guys can't even get past parliamentary procedures on agendas, and that's pretty sad. Last week I seen arguments. It's unacceptable. I mean, what I seen was a mutual thing. Doesn't matter who started or how it ended or what. You know, if it's mutual, then, you know, there's no innocent parties, so that's what I gotta say on that. I also want to talk about, last week you were supposed to do something with 230086, create a cold case unit for the city of Flint. I really would like to see that be pushed through today. I would ask that you would put another 100,000 on it too. That would be 50,000 a year, bringing it up to 200,000 a year. What you're going to do is get bad actors off that are probably still doing bad acts off the streets. The last two things I want to talk about is appointments. Zoning Board of Appeals, Matthew Delaney, and Ethics and Accountability, Micah Hutchinson. They're two good people. They'll be good for the city of Flint. I support them, and I would think that Ashley, you get that done today. And that's it. Thank you.
Next public speaker. State your name, please.
William Harris, Ward 8, I also serve as Vice Chairman of the Ethics and Accountability Board. I just want to say I am completely appalled at the city's response in regards to what has happened to the gentleman with sewage in your basement. We all know how much rain we got on Tuesday and Wednesday. By Thursday, the city should have had a response. These people, do you know what it's like to really stay in a house where there's sewage coming out of the basement? You get sick to your stomach. I don't understand why the city didn't put them up in hotels. Anybody else would have put them in hotels, but you let those people, and they're still living in their houses with sewage in the basement. I understand that with the overflow, and I understand that systems break down. I completely understand. What I'm talking about is the lack of the administration's response to the citizens of Flint. I'm tired of it. It should have been better. You want to put out there with Easter egg hunts and alerts, that should have been the first thing that went out there, is to let everybody know in the area that could smell raw sewage. Not only in the basement, but when you smell it in other people's houses, people get sick from that. I blame the administration for that. Your response was sorry, and it should have been better. And I was appointed to a board to ethically hold the city responsible for when it slips up, and that was a slip up. I'm sorry, it is. The other problem that I have to say about it is that nobody wants to discuss why bottled water also went away, when we do know that in the ARPA funds, bottled water was put aside for citizens of the city of Flint to continue to have until the pipes were all replaced. Now, I'm not saying that you have some people that won't allow the city of Flint to come in and to examine them, but bottled water is still a right as long as the pipes have got to be replaced. And I do know this for a fact because when I brought it up before in a board meeting, Mr. Edwards declined to answer my question. question when I said ARPA fund money was set aside in order to pay for it. Why isn't the city paying for bottled water to continue? And again, the administration failed to provide an absolute answer for the citizens and the residents of Flint. I said that because I want the people to know what happened in a public board meeting. You can go on YouTube and view that board meeting, and you can hear and you can see everything that was done. That is my time. Thank you.
One more public speaker.
Yes, my name is Minister Jonathan Ernest. I'm the owner and operator of Flint Caskets and Memorials here in Flint, Michigan, the first African-American to own and operate headstone company. But the reason why I'm here is that I used to come to these council meetings, and it just makes me sick to my stomach to see how an elected official is always quiet, is always shut down, a public lynching, should I say. Yeah. This man was elected by the officials, but the council members up here do everything they can to shut him down. The only one that I have not seen shutting this man down is Councilman Tanya Burns. She's the only one. Everybody else will go out their way. To the, as soon as he say a point of order or something like that, all heck breaks loose. It's not right. We supposed to be here, you guys supposed to be here to help the community, not fight each other. It's more fighting in here than it is out there in the street. And it just don't make sense. I watch my brother every day, this guy right here on Facebook, and he be voicing it. And if I have to get on here and start voicing things, that's what I'm gonna have to do. But it just don't make sense for council members to fight each other. And then as soon as one say something, then it just falls right in order. The next one, and the next one, and the next one, everybody seems to be against Eric Mays. If y'all against him, why y'all vote him in? Then as soon as he gets in as a council person or in as a president, the first thing y'all want to do is kick him out. I just came by to tell you how this is and how it's looked at from the public view. It's not right. Y'all need Jesus. We need Jesus. We all need Jesus in order to get this thing right. Yeah. He's not the one that y'all should be fighting for. He's the only one that's going to stand up and fight for his community. Y'all fight against him. Y'all need help.
Hey, appreciate it. You ain't the only one to lead it.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Thompson, resident of Flint all my life. I do want to piggyback on what he was speaking about, but that's not what I came up here for, but I am. This is a public political bug breaking that's taking place here. I've come up here and I've tried to be diplomatic and say it this way and do it this way, and figuring that you all would move forward with the people's business instead of your priority being your time and shutting this man down. So I'm going to say a public political buck breaking, and it's traumatizing to see. And I'm saying, and I want to go back, this is what I came up for, because I'm going to start from the beginning and go back to time. Anyway, the issue from last week, and the issue was that Mr. Murphy called Mr. Mays a liar for saying that about the deliberation. So the deliberating outside of the meeting. The purpose of an Open Meetings Act is for us to gather information. You know what you're dealing with. For deliberation and then decision making. It's obvious you all are meeting outside the Open Meetings Act, period. Because you can come in 5 minutes, get a piece of paper and decisions on how millions of things are being distributed and what's going on. You have to be communicating, in my humble opinion. And the problem with the whole TikTok thing is people are seeing him function, reacting to the bull that y'all sitting out here. So I want to go to this before my time went on. I got 58 seconds. So 4/11/22 at the timestamp of 46 minutes. The attorney told you all that as long as you weren't making decisions, that you all can meet outside of the council. Well, you all work for us. We need to know the questions that need to be asked, the issues that's going on. We need to be able to hear the answers that you all get to all the situations and things that you're dealing with, and it's obvious that we're not being afforded that. So this is not hooray for Eric, this is hooray for us. We need the information, and how dare you all sit here so smug and so into yourselves and leave us out of the whole loop. We've been left out the loop because you're trying to kill Eric's political career. Bye-bye. I'll be back.
Paul, are you speaking or?
Please.
Okay. Mr. Herring, oh, I forgot your last name there for a second. Are there any other public speakers to follow Mr. Herring? Okay, Mr. Herring will be our last one.
Good evening, council. I'm going to be brief. I'm not going to comment on activities here at council because why? Why? Same day, same stuff. Why? That said, I want to apologize. The audio during this meeting has been horrendous. Last week, we had decent audio. I thought I could fix it by ordering new wires to get a better sound. The brand new wires that I got from Amazon have a buzz in them. So the first third of the meeting was incomprehensible live. However, I do have cameras here recording the room live. So once we leave, I will be able to recover the meeting and upload it, as well as play it on Channel 17 and WFO. Guys, in all things purely social, you can be as separate as the fingers. But we gotta be one, like the hand, in all things beneficial to our mutual progress.
What if we break one of the fingers?
Grab that mic.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes public speaking. All right, is there any member of council who wishes to respond to the public speakers? We have 2 minutes.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I just want to state my own personal experience with sewage in the basement. It was before I lived in the city of Flint. It was in Grand Blanc. No one from Grand Blanc reached out to me. No one offered help. And it was devastating. But it is, like Ms. Lewis said, an act of God. And so I did contact my insurance. We got enough for our new furnace because it was ruined. And that was it. So we lost, we had a bunch of stuff in storage. And I think we fixed it so it wouldn't happen again. But it is devastating. There's no doubt. Like, I cried because you lose everything. And then we rented a trash container, put all of the stuff, like baby things, mementos, yearbooks that can never be replaced, in a dump, and I have people trying to come get it from the dump in my yard, and I'm telling them it's sewage. One lady didn't understand, and I said it's poop, and it was just upsetting. It's like, don't come on my property, grab my stuff from a trash can. I'm in distress right now. So I don't think anyone minimizes what happened. I've been through it. It's awful. And no, I never really got reimbursed. And at the time, no state of emergency by the state was issued because it was flooding in the area. And so we would have gotten additional compensation had that happened, but it didn't. So unfortunately, the city can only do what it can do. And there are certain policies and procedures in place. And again, it happened in Grand Blanc, and no one reached out to me, no one helped me. So I just want you to keep that in mind when you think about the proper protocol in this situation is, honestly, it's contact your homeowner's insurance and do what you can. That may not be enough, and it's sad, but it's not necessarily the city that will.
No, wait a minute, now we need to.
Any other member of council wish?
Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to say to the public, I appreciate y'all coming out. I'm trying to take action on that stuff that happened with y'all too. We'll see how fast or how slow it goes. It's 2 or 3 speakers spoke on what they seen. And it's more than 2 or 3 because I'm getting calls from Arizona, Mississippi, Louisiana, Iowa, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas. The nation is looking at the different treatment of it. One speaker spoke about me checking Mr. Murphy for calling me a liar 2, 3 times. Then I called him a handkerchief head off, hell broke loose. I'm not one to punch at and think I'm gonna sit still. Ms. Herkin wrote it today, warned me, and I guarantee you, check all your scholars. It should have been a motion on the floor. This crowd, I've been with 3 different council groups. This is the worst one. The worst one. And they so arrogant and condescending. You're right, Mr. Woodson. I've seen on Facebook where Ms. Lewis said her job was to deal with ordinances and budgets and implied and said, like she don't have to take residents' calls. That's one of the main part of your business. Amen. We know she in and out of town between here and Baltimore. That's what I'm understanding. I want some of these folks gone. I wanted Kate Fields and Maurice and Monica and some of them gone. Can we get a good group to focus on the city rather than focus on me? It's appalling, and it's getting to be seen clearly. Just stupidity.
All right. Any other member of council wish to address the public?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So one thing that I read about you when I took this office was to be very responsive, and I'm exactly that. I am known for being very, if you want to know what's going on in the city of Flint, you contact Dr. Lewis, because I pride myself on letting you know what's going on in this city. And I pride myself on spreading good information and positive news. Unfortunately, I have no control over an act of God, nor do I have any resources to come into the homes of residents to fix anything. What my job is to make sure you have the resources and the numbers to call to get the answers that you need. And so when individuals reach out, because I had limited access to my phone, when individuals reached out to me, including the media, I told them specifically, please reach out to city administration, Clyde Edwards. He's the acting DPW director in the absence of Mr. Mike Brown, who's just retired. That's exactly what I said. So I hope that they screenshot that. And furthermore, as a council member, I focus on what I have control over. We have control over ordinances and moving money. That's what we have direct control over. When you call me, I'm just going to call them. I told them directly who to call. So we need to stop the smear campaign and focus on what's important. Now, clearly, our system was overburdened. What can we do moving forward to make sure this doesn't happen? Because I was speaking to the gentleman, he said this happens yearly. So if it happens yearly, we need to make sure that we do something about it. So if it involves installing backflow check valves for $800 to $1,000 per resident, that's what we need to look into. But hurling insults is not the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public?
Yes,
Go ahead.
first, this gentleman that told us we need Jesus, because we don't agree with, the council in the first war. Whatever Jesus he serving, I don't want it, first of all, so I want to clear that up. Secondly, the, gentleman talked about the, backflow, whatever it is that you talking about, I want to see if we can look into, doing that, because if it keep on happening, we need to do something. Thirdly, the gentleman, Williams, that's, that sits on the Ethics and Accountability Board, if you do your research, the water settlement with the class action lawsuit, the concerned pastors, brokered the deal. When they brokered the deal with the, different groups that, did the water settlement, that stopped the water pipe distribution. It was cut off then. So do your research, look at the lawsuit settlement. Once you look at the lawsuit settlement, those water pipes cases, when they was giving out water, that stuff stopped in the water lawsuit settlement. That's where it stopped at. Those health centers, such as Bethel United Methodist Church, Greater Holy Temple, and Ashbury Church, those people kept on giving out water distribution. The money that the city of Flint received for the 94 million was for COVID related, not for water stuff. The city of Flint got millions of dollars for the water. What they should have done was they should have set aside some money to keep the cases of water going, and the concerned pastor should have said, no, we're not settling this, and we're not stopping this water stuff. So when you do your research, make sure you know what you're talking about. We gave $450,000 of the COVID money to some of the health centers. So when you do your research, make sure you know that we did give them some money to help with that. Now, what they did with it, brother, they went and got cases of water. That was on them. We don't owe them to keep getting COVID-related money to keep water crops. We do want to see it grow, but I'm just saying.
It wasn't enough.
Your time is up.
It wasn't enough.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to respond from the council?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
This is what you don't do, is attack the members of the audience, because I'm talking, can you please warn, because I'm not gonna put up with it today. So when we talk about what people, he works at a health center, I volunteered at that health center. We don't become condescending, arrogant, and confrontational with people who come in and tell us their issues. We're supposed to be compassionate. Listen, we all signed up for that. You signed up for that. You cut more grass all over Dewey Park. That was your thing. So don't stop me. I'm telling you. So you can roll your eyes. Every person was out there, they talked and was rude when residents lined up to talk. You were talking underneath your breath, making smart remarks. And every time somebody come up here with a pastor, and I was like, God, I serve. You taking shots at the wrong thing. They should have water. Service lines are not completed. Everybody should have water. Those health centers, the people who visit them, they need help. People in Flint need help. People should have been answering their phone when pump station number 5 went out. I took them calls. That ain't my job. But I filled in the gap. They had crap in their basement. Furniture floating, furnaces out, houses cold. So when we talk about what we should be doing, start with compassion to the residents who got real issues. Not my job is to move money and whatever. You and I walked the water lines together. You talked to people. We gave people our personal cell phone numbers. Me and you both did, Dr. Lewis, and we talked to the people. We did it. People call my cell phone, I answer. I still answer. I don't give them no excuse. And if I can't get back with them, then I will call them back when I can. Because you can only make one phone call time. Not my job is to move money and make laws. Stop doing that. That Facebook stuff it was terrible. You did it for 4 days, going back and forth with constituents. Then you did it this morning, going back in the chat group on city council. These people need help. You're right, we do need water pipes still. Water. You are correct.
Yes, Mr.
So, our job is not just to move money and to do ordinances. Our job is to take feedback and help the residents, plain and simple. I think within the first week or 2 weeks, I know a little bit about destruction. I was out in the middle of the night and I think it was 2 degrees outside. That night we had an explosion. And I went door to door to door to door. We opened up churches. We opened up Catholic charities. We had food. We had this same thing should have happened for those residents disrupted. We should have had help centers open. We should have had whatever needed, because the residents that were displaced by this, I mean, they should have been displaced and not be forced to stay into their homes. And sir, I can only apologize, because there should have been a better response from the top to the bottom. There should have been a better response. There's no way that anyone should have been subjected to that. I seen a video. I think Mr. Woodson posted it, or copied it, or I don't know however Facebook works, but the system broke down, and it shouldn't have. And if it's check valves that cost a couple $100, I know that, you know, I live on a slab, so fortunately, hopefully I never have to deal with that. But check valves are a simple plumbing thing that's available at Home Depot. It seems like there may be a process to install them in older homes, but it should be something, if we're paying out damage claims for something, we should be putting them on a list to put in backflows so we don't have damage claims in the future. My last couple seconds, Mr. Hall, it is great to see you. I didn't recognize you. You look a little different, and I didn't recognize who you, and I'm good to see you, and glad that you're back and well, doing well. Thank you.
I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. It seems like we've hit on a lot of things with conversation number 5. I will say that I wholeheartedly apologize to anybody who had to go through that. I can't even imagine. I could not even imagine. I will say, though, that I really appreciate Mr. Johnson's solutions-oriented thought process with it. With this is the problem, and this is how we can fix it. And that is our job up here as well. I mean, we've all talked about what isn't our job, what is our job. But one of the things that is our job is to make sure that we are looking at the structural and the systemic failures of our city, both physically, quite literally. I mean, we all know about how many different water mains are broken in the last 5 years. But making sure that we're able to look at the solutions to prevent that from happening, not only tomorrow, but also 10 years in the future. And one of the things that I think is going to be crucial as we keep moving forward is the fact that Michigan is a climate resilient city, or a climate resilient state. And whether you want to admit it or not, climate change is real. And it's impacting us. That's why so much rain happened this year. It's one of the reasons why so much rain, came to the city. And we need to make sure that we're preparing our city for the people who are going to keep moving to Michigan. The cost of living in Flint is, compared nationally, is low. So being able to help make sure that we're allowing folks to be able to move to the city so that they can help, be protected from the environments. We know that we're going to get people from the coasts moving in. And making sure that we're investing in the systems to be able to make sure that it's going to be able to support, hopefully, a booming population again in the next decade. So I really appreciate your solutions-oriented approach. I think that maybe your engineering background helps with that a little bit. So thank you so much for that. I will also say I'm appreciative of our speakers team in support of the Ethics and Accountability Board appointments. Just as a clarification, with the consent agenda, those approvals did get passed for the gentleman who was asking about that in support of Ms. Hutchinson or Mrs. Hutchinson and Mr. Tellerbeck specifically. So with that concludes council response, and it's going to bring us down to our separations. Let me switch over my notepad here real quick. Okay, so our first separation is appointment 230046. That was separated by Mr. Murphy. Do you have a motion?
What resolution again?
Appointment 230046.
Oh, we're doing appointments first?
Yes, sir.
This is the appointment for the Early Hospital Board Manager, Roger, Pastor Bishop Roger Jones, Senior.
Yes,
Yes, I would like to move this resolution, 230046, appointment for the Hurley Board of Hospital Management. Move for approval.
Point of order.
What's your, hang on, I have the support, but then I make a point of order.
How many separations on these appointments were there? 1, 2, or 3?
I don't have the appointment specifically, but I have the total numbers of separations on the agenda.
With 23009 separated.
8-9 is not separated, no.
Sure, so that's passed in the consent agreement.
That is true. Okay, so the motion to approve for appointment 230046 was made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy and then Mr. Mason.
Thank you. I want to support this appointment. So I want to support this one. I would have liked to see someone on the road, and I know this is not appointment by the city council, this is mayor's appointment. But the Neil Carter, that's someone I would like to see him on the road. I'm not talking about.
I need to protect.
Okay. I want to support this resolution for Roger Jones. I would like to have someone else on the Hurley Hospital Board. So I just wanted to separate this right here. I don't have nothing personally against him, but there's some more. I just think we got some more of the candidates. My candidate, who I would have liked to see on there, is Brother Jaleel Carter, that's been fighting for Hurley Hospital and fighting for the different discrimination against the different patients that have been coming. I've watched his work over the years. I'm concerned about some issues that's going on at Hurley Hospital, and I think we need to appoint someone on the Hurley Hospital board that is just as concerned. And I'm not saying he's Bishop Jones is not concerned. I can't support this appointment.
Well, that's clear.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. If I had brought in Jaleel or anybody else, all hell probably would have broke loose. From the person who brought Jaleel in, it ain't before us with Jaleel. Point of order, he's not being germane. Hell, I could have named the people I want in your place. That ain't how this works. Every appointment I tell you somebody who I wanted. I wish I had a new Rob Jewell was in the consent agreement, I'd have separated. I done been to the planning commission before, and these goofy rules, we should be voting on appointments separately. Just like in the Senate, we should see the candidate, we should be able to deal with appointments separately. This council is gone wild. Y'all remember that commercial, Girls Gone Wild? I see a council gone wild. And I don't agree with Mr. Murphy. Why would you say something like that toward Bishop Jones? You done knocked the churches. You're now knocking Bishop Jones. Bishop Jones told me out of his mouth he ain't really interested in this position. And if I'm not mistaken, that's a relative of Bishop Jones, a kinfolk, who married or whatever. The Ethics and Accountability Board Vice President, Mr. Harris. I went and politely spoke to him to confirm what Bishop Jones had told me. And so I ain't gotta go off of what his son, Mr. Harris, said. I talked directly to the appointee. We were at the church in a funeral. Pastor Talbot had died. And Pastor Talbot had died, we were gathered. I've been knowing Bishop Jones a while. I said, Bishop Jones, you up for appointment? He said, I don't think I want that. Ain't talked to him since. But his son knew something about his feelings. So I'm going for it because Mr. Neely bring this before us, and the candidate himself is telling me how he feels or what he thinks. We in the church, Pastor Darby had passed. He was leading the pastors and preachers in. He saved me, and we talked. That's the great part about being in the community. I was at the 7 last words just Friday. Pastors from Alabama, Louisiana, Pastor Overton called me. They want to meet you. Well, I enjoyed them 7 last words. It is finished. Jesus did what he was supposed to do for the sins of God. So I don't have to give a speech about Jaleel. Ain't that something? Here we got a man before us, he talking about who he wanted Jaleel. Hell, I might not have wanted you. I wanted Mr. Doom, Terry Nelson. What nerve to talk about this man's appointment this way. Ain't classy at all. I think it's important to understand what Bishop Jones told me. I wonder if he told anybody else that. Evidently, Brother Harris knew something about it. Appointments should be here. We shouldn't be doing them in consent agenda. We should do them just like the Senate do down in Washington, D.C. I wouldn't care if you put them on the oath, make them raise their hand, and talk about their duty and responsibility, but not with this group. They figure council work should be every 2 weeks, in and out in an hour. Their greatest ambition is to throw me out even before they get here. I've never seen that light. And they're gonna bump their head just like the rest of them. Kate Fields, Maurice Davis, Mr. Griggs, Vicky Van Buren. I've seen this before. Monica Galloway. Michael Jackson said it don't matter if you're black or white. People gonna vote for wrong and for what's right. And they look it, not only in Flint, but across the nation. God bless the residents of the city of Flint.
Anyone else first round?
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Given that, I do support Bishop Jones, but given that there's some ambiguity whether or not he wants to serve, I will make a substitute motion to send this back to government ops until I can speak with Bishop Jones.
Madam Chair.
Hang on. You said government ops?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Ms. Burns, I've heard you second that.
Correct.
Apparently I can't type and talk to it. All right, it has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call for any discussion. All right, hearing none, that takes us to the vote on the substitute motion to refer appointment 230046 to government ops. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis? Yes. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Harper-Roder?
Yes.
What is it, yes, 0, no?
8 yes, 0 no, that passes. That motion passes. All right, so that takes us down to our next situation. Okay, so because they got the numbers in numeric order, not on the order from the agenda, Davina, do you want the numeric order, or do you want it as the order on the agenda? Because some of them came through from special affairs, some of them did not.
We usually go order.
You want to go in order? Okay, hang on. All right. The next item 9. That was separated by Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair, make a motion to send 23005 to special affairs.
Okay, it's been made, the motion has been made to refer to special affairs by Mr. Pfeiffer. It's been seconded by Ms. Burns. You know, I'll wait for you.
I'll wait, now you know what, I can wait to see if you have a discussion before I change the clock.
I'll just say that the administration asked for for another few days to figure out some funding on that, so that's why my motion is.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I know we talked about using some of the, open litigation funding to fund this, and resolution is supposed to be drafted. Where are we at with that? To fight for?
So we're working on multiple streams of revenue, so maybe it may be 3 or 4 versus the 2 that we've already done. So there seems to be some more movement on additional funding sources. So we're just trying to get everything laid out before we allocate everything from one account. If that makes sense.
So we're not specifically pulling just for that one particular lawsuit litigation, or I don't even see the. Did we accept the? Where is that at? Where is the resolution for the settlement that you spoke
Yeah, that resolution is still being worked on. The Public Health Office is taking the lead to propose allocations to present to this body for approval. So I don't want to give a specific date. We're hopeful that we could potentially have this ready for the next council meeting, but I don't want to commit to that without.
So I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to, did we accept we did vote to accept it?
Yes, Lottie, can you confirm?
So Pfeiffer is saying no, we are saying yes. So which one?
If I could, this body voted to approve the 2022 settlement and the resolution about, I believe at its last meeting and at the end of March. Formal acceptance of the payments that we received from the 2021 settlement has not occurred because we're doing that as part of the resolution to allocate that as well. It's not just lying there, but we until we do that, we can't do anything with it in the first place. So bringing that all at once is, rather than bringing 2 separate resolutions to council, seemed like a way to just, streamline that process.
Because I know one of the issues that you had, Pfeiffer, was that we did not accept the settlement first, so we couldn't approve the resolution, so it went back. So I just wanted to be clear to see, did we already accept the resolution first, before we even get to moving on anything? All right, I support the sending this back.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me say this. This is a motion to amend or send it back to special affairs. This ain't a motion to amend it or to send it back to finance committee, governmental ops. I guess nowadays with this group, it don't matter where it gets sent to. Special Affairs is a committee that meets at 4:30 before council meeting to do little touch-ups. I'm listening to them talk. We ain't even did the substance of it yet. That should happen in finance committee meeting. It shouldn't be no closed behind the scene talks with Mr. Pfeiffer, nobody else. It should be open. Amen. Lord. It should be open. I should even be a part of that committee meeting on finance. Shouldn't be no governmental ops. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Lottie Ferguson and Mr. Evans. Now, I know y'all move slow, because y'all ain't old as me, but see that clock ticking? It's the worst business meeting I ever been in my life. Whether you come forward and just howl out, this is the point. $300,000. That's what's on this resolution. But my concern is them 700 people who put in for roofs, vinyl siding, windows, remodeling a bathroom or a kitchen. I looked at the news, I think just today. April 22nd, Saginaw dealing with them applications. Flint, guess what my job is to be? Throughout the council meetings, sent to jail, fight like hell for them 700 people who put in on them forms. Ms. Ferguson and still before council, you say each one of them will be contacted individually. We approved a part of your budget a few months ago for the first quarter. When did that first quarter run out?
Technically, the end of the first quarter would be March 31st. However, that funding was for a fully staffed office to run for the first quarter. That office is not and has not been fully staffed in almost a year.
We need to move on this. I don't mind voting tonight for the 300,000 and putting another 300,000 with it if it's gonna service them residents. Amen. 700 people can decide the election of me, the mayor, and anybody else. I'm gonna call them to the meeting. I'm gonna see if 200-300 of them will show up. I'm gonna put some fire up under folks. Look at that. We discussing multi-million-dollar ARPA funds with a 3-minute clock. I ain't never seen this in 20, 30 years of council, but these geniuses set that up. They ain't as smart as you think. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak in the discussion? Anyone else? Anyone else?
It ain't but one round, is point of order.
Correct, there's only one round.
That's stupid.
All right. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to refer Resolution 230059 to Special Affairs.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I understand that's the wrong place for it, and it needs to be more money to help these people.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Harkemroda?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That has been transferred or referred to Special Affairs. All right, the next separation that we
Point
have.
of information.
What's the point?
When is that Special Affairs meeting?
It would be not this coming Monday, but the next Monday, so in 2 Mondays.
In 2 Mondays at 4:30.
That is when Special Affairs meets, yes.
And my final point of information, you don't mind if I try to pack it out, do you?
Go right on ahead. So we're on to our next our next separation, which is 230095. That was separated by Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, you have a motion.
This is what separation?
230095.
230095. Yeah, I'm gonna move 230095 for approval.
All right, is there a second? Second. All right. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I'll move the public health thing for approval and amend it for a higher amount. I talked to somebody last week, they called me, very professional, Mr. Evans, and they enlightened me on this receiving a grant. The way this stuff is coming through committee meetings, last time when it was here, when folks just left, and that same meeting where Quincy threatened me, all hell broke loose.
My colleague, we is on a resolution of 230095, the grant acceptance of the Michigan Eagle American Rescue Plan Grant Award, EPW, Water Pollution Control, and my colleague is alleging his interpretation of Councilman Murphy threatening him that is not germane to this resolution. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mays, please state your name.
Madam Chair,
230095.
I'm not alleging it, it's a fact in my mind. I was threatened, and it broke up the meeting is my point. It's germane because this would have been passed last week had that debacle hadn't happened. So I know it's about him, he's not my councilman, Murphy, it's about you, and how that meeting broke up. And it would have been passed had that nonsense hadn't happened.
Point of information, is the councilman in the first ward aware of the fact that Wednesdays are committee meetings and therefore cannot have any approvals until the Monday council meeting?
I'm aware that business is done in committee meetings, Ms. Herkenrode, and it moves from committee to council. Been here for 10 years. You've been here a little over a year, and you asking me what I'm aware of. Very aware. From the water crisis to declare emergency where all kind of resources and the President of the United States came to my ward in Northwestern. Am I aware? That's condescending. Everything starts out in committee meeting. Yeah, I'm aware stuff starts out in committee meeting. If it wasn't for your goofy rules, we could have a discussion there. And we'd have found out, like I was saying to Mr. Edwards, somebody very professional called me from the administration office and hit me to this grant. Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Edwards, this is receiving a grant.
That is correct.
And so she gonna ask me in her condescending manner, point of information, are you aware? Hell, I've been aware of the city business for 9 years before you got here. If that answers your question, since you wanted to interrupt me with that condescending question, it goes Finance Committee, Governmental Operations Committee, Legislative Committee, used to be grants till y'all got rid of that, and then it comes to council. Hell yeah, I'm aware of how the mechanics of government work. You still learning, I think. That was condescending. I mean, I think you had said something, asked me a question, do I know? I know I wish y'all wouldn't put time limits on discussing it in committee, I know that. You ought to cut it out, because you barking up the wrong tree with me, Ms. Herkenrode. You might can get Quincy and Liddell's vote, Worthy, who got the worst attendance record vote, Priestley's vote.
Point of order. My comment again is not being germane to the resolution that's dealing with this, and he is going off topic.
Point well taken, Mr. Mayor.
Get him back,
At the
Lou.
same time, I've asked you to state your name on this motion. Please state your name.
I was being Jermaine, Jackie, Marlon, and Tito to your point of information. If you didn't want me to get off into the Jackson 5 about how to move from committee to here, you shouldn't ask me. But you opened that can of worms condescendingly, and then he gone. Point of order, he's not being germane. That's just another word for relevant. I am being relevant to your point of information. You asked me publicly, Mr. Mayor, do you know stuff moved from committee? Or you know we can't vote on it in committee. We can discuss it and get ready to vote. When it leaves committee, it should be ready to go. Yeah, I'm relevant to that. I'm very relevant to it. He might not understand it, and you might not understand it. My politics might be more sophisticated than y'all. Who can't understand a council person fighting to discuss something in committee, so by the time you get here, we ready to vote? The same thing happened with public health. They want to send it back to special affairs and don't want to discuss it thoroughly because Attorney Kim told them, and it's recorded, Lord, you can deliberate outside of a meeting, the group of them. And you read the Open Meetings Act, Section 3, the state law, you cannot deliberate in a forum or outside a meeting. And I can show you on video him walking with her. And they knew, they don't know the difference. Just breaking the law, deliberating in groups outside of the meeting, they're gonna try to be condescending and ask me something about a committee meeting. Stay patient and stay tuned.
Ms. Murphy, you have the floor, and then Ms. Burns.
I would like to call for the question.
There's a motion on the floor to call for the question. Is there a second? Support.
2/3 majority. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the call for the question.
Mr. Mays.
I abstain, though you don't know if anybody else had a question.
Ms. Lewis.
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Harker-Roder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. That brings us down to the vote on the motion to approve Resolution 230095. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Burns.
I abstained because I actually wanted to hear Mr. that was explaining so the public hear what the $20 million grant was.
Ms. Harker-Roder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
And I abstain too because this so-called sensational six ramrodded it through and didn't allow Ms. Burns or anybody else to continue to ask questions. For those reasons of the ramrod, I abstain.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions.
6 yes, 0 no, 2 abstention. That passes. Our next separation is 230097, which was separated by Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, do you have a motion?
Which one is it?
230097.
23097. That would be 97. That would be the change order number 3, dealing with Western Company Electric Services. I would move that for approval.
Support.
Hearing multiple seconds, I'm going to go with Ms. Priestley's.
Point of order.
Yes.
I'm seeing you do that repeatedly. It ain't just no multiple seconds. I thought you had to call on somebody, give them the flow, and then they say.
All right. Is there any discussion in the first round?
Who said?
Ms. Priestley, which is what I just said. Any discussion in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, as much as y'all warned me, I feel like a flashing yellow light on the corner. So I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire on the technicality of these rules and see if you warn yourself and your buddies. I separated this change order number 3. Is anybody here from the finance department?
Yep.
Who could you approach? Unless you want to feel comfortable sitting there, that's up to you. I want to meet you because what's your title?
Acting CFO.
Acting CFO.
Yes,
What's
sir.
the difference between acting and interim? Do you
Ma'am, can you
know?
do the podium, please?
I don't want that.
Can you, ma'am, can you also state your name for the record?
Sure. Jane Mager.
When they interrupt me, stop it. Because I ain't got time for Perkins voting them taking over what I'm trying to do. Ma'am, what's the difference between acting and interim? Do you know?
My understanding is if you're interim, then after 90 days, something moves, it's an automatic position. So I am acting, they're looking to put an ad out, and Mr. Kim can speak to this.
I'm not interested in listening to Mr. Kim because Mr. Kim will tell you all kind of wrong law. And my understanding is to read law for myself. So I'll go home and read in the charter about acting and interim because if you go 90 days in a certain capacity, you'll be the new chief financial officer. Correct?
That's my understanding.
That's my understanding too. You think I need Attorney Kim to tell me that? I can look up the legal definition of interim, acting. I can even look up the legal definition of deliberating outside of a meeting. You know the reason for this change order number 3?
But you have to repeat it. I did not hear the
Do
whole
you know the
conversation.
reason for this change order number 3?
What is that speaking to?
You come look at my agenda.
It's the change order for the contract for the Weinstein.
Point of order, stop the clock. I don't need her help.
Okay, I'm helping.
Don't help me. When you get the flow, help your point of order.
Okay, Mr. Mays, what's your point?
When you get the flow, help yourself.
All right, I'm helping. So it's
I asked her up here, not you. Take it to her. I ain't studying with her to grow the up.
Say that again.
fire department training.
Excuse me, sir, could you move your noggin?
Go ahead and start it up.
Which resolution is it? So I can forget it.
Run it back. Here, you go. Hey. Which one?
It may need What's the bad guy with that? Bring me that one back.
Put that on me.
Let me say this. Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Evans, you know what's happening with this weather department is there.
This is relevant to the fire department. It has to do with their training rooms and upgrades.
Do you know about it, Mr. Fire Chief?
Yes.
It's something I should approve.
Yes, sir.
Why did the price go up?
Because we had additional electrical.
See, when I'm spending money and we get one quote and then the price go up, it's incumbent upon me and the public to know why the price goes up. Because you can start something at one price, bid it at another price, and then it go up. And if we vote cavalierly to approve 100,000 here, 50,000 there, 200,000 there, with these, all these change orders, you'll be $1 million or $2 million off budget at the end of the year. You know about that, Ms. Acton?
About being off budget? Of course I do.
How long you been with the city?
6 months, 6 or 7 months.
And you already the acting chief financial officer?
Yep.
Where you come from?
I have 30 plus years experience. I have an MBA and accounting degree.
Ain't
Well
that,
qualified.
ain't that a blessing? And
Yes,
you
it is.
here at our meeting.
Yes, it is.
That's your better than the one who just left. And this crowd, let the one who just left tell them I'm not coming to no meetings. Well, I take my hat off to you for at least being here. God bless you. Let's see what happens. On Saturday, the 15th, you might miss me. I got the most budget experience up here, but I'll be in Dallas. I think they might have planned that on purpose, but maybe not. God bless you. Nice meeting you. Have you got an open door policy for me?
Of course.
You say that again.
Of course.
Y'all hear
Anyone
that?
on the council.
You say what?
To anyone on the council.
I didn't ask you that.
Well, that's what I answered.
I
It's
said
open
me.
to you, it's open to
know,
them.
because they treat me differently. I wanted to see what you say. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the public is aware, this isn't necessarily a change order for this project. This is a change order to the master contract for this contractor. They're doing multiple stuff throughout the city, and this is just an added scope to that, so it's not a change order for this project. So I just want to say that this is an added scope. Even though it's labeled change order, this is for a new project.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Okay, seeing none, second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Now, did y'all just hear that? Hear the paperwork in front of me say change order number 3. And this guy, y'all got it on your agenda too. You see change order number 3. And this guy want to inform everybody that it shouldn't be a change order number 3. So, Ms. Donahue, you the clerk, is this a typo? Mr. Edwards, Chief, is this a typo? Should we cross out change order number 3, Mr. Edwards? Who did this resolution? The legal department? This man gone. I just want everybody to know it ain't a change order 3. I used to could read this in junior high. It say change order number 3. What he talking about? I never seen nothing like it. Did they call him in the back room and say, when they get up here, tell them it ain't a change order? Why is this got change order number 3 and Mr. Piper got knowledge it ain't? Anybody? You do, you know, Madam Clerk?
Because that's what it says in the title of the resolution.
Who gave you the title of the resolution? The administration or Piper? Who made the mistake? Is it correct or is Piper wrong? Somebody gonna get it straight since they checking me. Yeah. Everybody wanna be a genius. I know I can read. It say change order number 3. Mr. Piper said he wants the public to know it ain't a change order. What your agenda say? Mine say change order number 3. That means it was a change order number 1, number 2, not 3. He said it ain't. What you say, Madam Clerk? Who is the author of this change order number 3?
Attached to the resolution is change order number 1 that was approved in February.
Okay.
Change order number 2, which was approved in March of 2023.
Okay.
This is change order number 3.
Change order number 3. So I will respectfully disagree with my learned colleague down there on the end who said publicly it wasn't change order number 3. She done showed me in the official records of the city change order number 1, change order number 2, and this is change order number 3. Chief, do you know if it's in your department, if it's change order number 3? Because I seen you nod your head like he knew what he was talking about. I'm sticking with the official record people. What you think?
I would have to get back with you after I contact the finance department. But I believe it's change order due to all the work that's being done in the fire department. And when you are working on a building that's 75 years old, once you get started, there may be change orders because there's things in there that we don't know that exist until we open up that wall.
I understand, and I separated it and made a motion to approve it, and the discussion on the motion met the fine new acting finance chairperson. Out of this discussion, I'm a wiser man. So I know what change orders is, but I always watch them and discuss them because over a 12-month fiscal year period, if you do 8 million in change orders, you're gonna have a messed up budget. And so, unlike some of my colleagues, I believe it is a change order. I try to separate them and get details on them and move accordingly based upon the dictates of my financial sense. We'll see what's said after I be quiet. Yeah, what's said after I be quiet. I'll be voting to approve it, but I just don't like folks trying to make me think I can't read. And I got that from the other end of the table. Thank you so much.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Second round? Second round. All right, hearing none, that brings us to the vote on the motion to approve Resolution 230097. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Turkenmiller?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
All right, 8 yes, 0 no, that is approved. All right, our next separation is 230098, which was separated by Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, you have a motion.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to move this change order number 1 for PBS Technologies Incorporated for approval.
Is there a second? Second. All right, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna spend the time on this change order as I did the last one. But Madam Acting Finance Chair, could I ask you a question? And this is my question as I play with the clock on time. Have you seen the budget that was presented by the mayor?
I was there that evening, yes.
And are you familiar with our auditors?
I am, yes.
And did you know that our auditors told us on the record that when the mayor presents the general fund budget, it shouldn't just be a presentation of the general fund, but all fund expenditures?
That is to come.
Resolution 230098.
Madam Chair, whoever chairing,
Yes.
let me say you ain't chairing, then go to finance. If the president leaves, the next order of chain of command is finance committee.
Vice President, that's for the council.
Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna read that again. Madam Vice Chair,
Please, so you said your point of order was?
Was that he was not staying relevant to the topic. 230098.
Extension, Mr. Priestley. Mr. May, point of order, granted. Please, state your name. 230098.
let me ask you and Ms. Priestley a question. Ain't Resolution 230098 a part of the budget?
Hang on, I'm reading.
Hold up, not you. I'm talking to these two. They say I wasn't being germane, that's another word for relevant. Tito, Jackie, Marlon, if it relates to a budget item. They're wrong. I just want to know from them, don't they know all these resolutions is part of the fiscal year budget? Why they ruled me out of order. Just crazy. I can guarantee you, if I may continue, every money resolution on here is part of the fiscal year budget. And when you're spending in a budget for a multi-million-dollar municipality, I just tried to tell y'all, geniuses, that every change order can affect the bottom line of the budget. You know, I was here when emergency management was here. I had to team up with a brother. You ever heard of Huey Newsom?
Yes.
Huey Newsom was a brother come in here, he was slick with that pen. And I was the finance chair. And we got us out of financial crisis into a $23 million surplus. Now, you got some folks here so intent on ruling me out of order, they gonna try to convince me this ain't a part of the budget and it's not germane. Just crazy. My point was, that budget ain't been brought to us and told me. Auditors told us grant money, block grant, ARPA funds, all spending in the fiscal year should come before us. You familiar with that statute or law?
I'm familiar with your recommendation about the grants, yes.
I want you to look at that. By the time I get back from Dallas, I'm gonna have a discussion. You've already said you won't discriminate. You gotta open the door with me. I'm just putting some stuff on the record. Because this crowd voted not to ask the mayor questions about the budget and ramrodded accepting it through. So that's why I'm doing this on the record.
May I speak to that?
Huh?
May I speak to that?
If they don't say point of order, you ain't being Jermaine, Jackie, Marlon, or Tito.
Budget hearings are yet to come. Every department will present their budget, and that's when all that will be discussed. And you will hear all the budgets in detail by each department head. That is yet to come.
Well, thank you, because our charter say it should have came at a certain time in the year.
I believe we are within the charter in the time frame that's going to be presented.
Hey, I'm enjoying you already. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Burns. You hear that? You know I'm gonna fact check it, because when you present the budget, and we have time to digest because the clock been running on us, you know who really adopts the budget, don't you?
You guys.
The city council.
Yes.
Every dime. and we allocate it, and the administration's supposed to spend it based on what we allocate. And we have been working and should have had it all. It didn't tell us to piecemeal it together. We've got a deadline.
We are in the proper deadline, sir. And it
You
will be
are.
met.
You are. I'm saying us. Can you imagine this crowd working on a multi-million-dollar budget? You know what they did last year? No amendments. And it was a $15 million budget deficit being faced. Thank you so much. Welcome to Flint. I'm gonna help teach this out.
All right, anything else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Second round? Any discussion in the second round? Final call? All right, hearing none, that brings us to the vote on the motion to approve resolution 230098. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Ms. Burns? Yes. Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote to take yes, 0 no?
All right, 8 yes, 0 no, that is approved. All right, the next separation that we have is resolution 230105, which was separated by Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, do you have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Do you have a motion?
Yeah, this is a public hearing dealing with the amendment to some rule change.
No, sir, I think that you're a little confused. I think that's 230109. This is 230105, which is regarding the Genesee County Youth Corporation.
Oh, okay. And so we on 23000106.
No, sir, we are on 23.
Oh, that's the one that was added.
Yes, 230106.
Okay, I'm gonna move that for approval.
All right. Motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? The moved and properly supported by Mr. Pfeiffer. Is there any discussion? of the first
Yeah,
round?
Ms. Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Edwards, you know about this?
Yeah, I'm aware of it, but I think the person that would be better prepared.
Who?
Suzanne Wilcox.
Ms. Wilcox, you wanna enlighten me? You know, they already think they need knowing. Can you enlighten me on what's before us?
Sure. This is a change order with our Emergency Solutions Grant CARES Act.
Could you move a little closer to me? You ain't afraid of me.
I am not.
I know, been many years. You ain't even intimidated by me. Hello? You ain't even intimidated by me.
I'm not, sir.
See, I thought that's the answer. See, so it never asks a question that you don't know the answer to. So, Ms. Wilcox, you still gonna leave us?
I am.
When?
May 1st.
May 1st. If I want to kind of politic and get you to stay, you think I could be successful?
I wouldn't discuss that in this public forum.
They know the one that's gonna be the magic man. I might just get you to delay your retirement. What is this before us?
This is a change order number 3 with Genesee County Youth Corporation.
Change order number 3?
Right. And to piggyback a little bit on what Councilman Pfeiffer was saying, this is not, these are additional funds. It is a change order, but it is for.
Hold up. He was talking about something else.
Yep,
You talking about this.
I am.
So let's stick with, he wasn't talking about this.
It's a
He
change
ain't
in
talked
the,
yet.
it's a change in the scope of work.
Okay.
So this is additional work that's being asked of Genesee County Youth Corporation, you might know them as REACH or Traverse Place, to do some additional
Was
work.
it originally bidded out?
Yes.
And it was bidded out for a certain price?
Well, this is a subrecipient agreement, so it's not the same structure as a contract arrangement.
But it's a change order.
It is a change order.
Additional money from what was originally bid.
Correct.
Okay, how much?
Well, I don't.
How much additional?
I just don't want, I want to be clear that it's not
I'm
a
pretty
bid
clear,
per
that's
se.
Pfeiffer and them you gotta straighten out, I've been here a long time. My position is how much of a change?
This is a change order in the amount of $108,936.12.
I told y'all these change orders keep coming and they add up to millions over 12-year period. What account is the money coming from? Do you know or do I need to ask her?
I can give you the account number, but the name is
I
emergency.
want to know the account.
The account number is in your resolution, and it is account number 282-733-101-531.000.
Ms. Acting Finance Director, you
They
know.
are grants,
That's
so
grants?
they can't overspend the grants, sir.
Okay, and which grant is it, do we know?
This is Emergency Solutions Grant CARES Act money, as I stated.
Well, y'all work good as a team, you might want to stick around a little. I'm working. But let's see, so that's what this is,
That's correct.
and that's the change order. How much was the total grant, do you know offhand?
This increases the total contract amount, subrecipient agreement to $565,309.12.
But that wasn't my question, and she shook her head no. I'm asking you, do you know what the total grant amount was before we start spending it? What was the total?
I don't have, oh, yes, I do, I'm sorry, that's in the resolution as well. $2,441,943.
How much will be remaining after this change order, do you know?
I think there's about 60,000 left that still needs to be allocated.
That's not a lot.
No.
And the 60,000 can be used for what category? I'm checking on your money, Ms. Ferguson. What can it be used for?
It is for services that address homeless, that provide services to shelters and people who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. Things like assistance with first month's rent, utilities, that's called rapid rehousing, shelter repair, shelter operations, things like that.
Ms. Ferguson, y'all don't make them type of referrals, huh?
We don't provide direct services.
I can't squeeze it. Oh, that's direct services,
It is.
or could it include referrals?
It is direct services.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. You said the 1st of May,
Correct.
and you don't think that's gonna change?
I don't think so.
What's the Daisy laughing? We'll see what happens. Thank you so much.
Suzanne?
Oh, sorry.
Yep, Mr. President.
Suzanne, this is an additional scope, even though it's called a change order.
That's correct.
This is because there's multiple contractors, they're the same contractor. When we add scope, it's a new project per se, but we label it as a change order. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
So it's additional scope that they did not bid prior to that we were adding on, correct?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Anyone else in this round? First round? Suzanne, don't go too far. I got questions. All right. So the emergency solutions grant is what is all coming out of. There's two letters after that ESG, right? What are
CV.
CV, what's that?
It's CARES Act. It's recovery money, so it has to address, prevent, or respond to the coronavirus.
And that has time limits on when it can be spent,
It
correct?
does.
And what are those time limits?
We have to spend all of our ESPCV dollars by September 30th of 2023.
Okay, and these are different than the 94.7 million, correct?
Absolutely.
Because they're two different grants under two different residents?
That's correct.
All right. Last question I have for you is where did this money come from? What federal department?
Housing and urban
So
development.
it's all from HUD, so it's very limited in what it can be used for, correct?
Correct.
So when people are talking about the services and expansion of services, this is a grant, where, what's my favorite word? Leverage, so we're leveraging dollars from the federal government to be able to help bolster services within the community.
Correct.
Right? So this grant is absolutely crucial to make sure that we spend down and keep within federal compliance so that the housing and the housing agencies and the shelters are able to maintain compliance and function and serve more
It
folks.
is, and even more importantly, it's been a very difficult grant to allocate because the scope is so limited and the service providers are so restricted by what it can be spent, and we've had great difficulty actually allocating all of these funds.
There's 4 buckets that it falls into, right?
Correct.
Can you give us those names?
Homelessness prevention, rapid rehousing, and there's an essential services component.
And so it can only be used within that, right?
That's correct.
So whenever we have grants like this is why we have to have certain change orders, whether it's called change orders or not, because they have to go through the federal compliance and procurement laws, correct?
Not exactly.
Okay.
They do have to procure our subrecipient agreement does not have to be procured.
Okay.
We obtain subrecipients through an RFP process, and then they have to procure the services that the goods or services that they actually purchase with these funds. So they have to procure, this is for a boiler replacement, a portion of it is for a boiler replacement, and a portion of it is for essential building repairs. Those services will have to be procured, but we do not have to procure our relationship with Genesee County Youth Corporation.
Thank you for that clarification. So then the compliance things, who are they complying with, us or the federal government?
They're complying through us to the federal government regulations.
Okay, so that means that there's all sorts of the code of federal regulations and all of that good stuff that comes with it, make sure that we're gonna spend this very, very specifically. I want to say thank you for doing this. Thank you for continuing to allocate this. Homelessness is a tremendous problem in our community, especially since their dollars have expired. So whatever we can do to help make sure that people have at least temporary housing solutions, I will always support while we continue to work on affordable housing solutions into the future. So thank you so much, Suzanne.
I appreciate that.
I don't know if anybody else is going to have questions for you in the second round, so maybe don't go too far. But is there anybody else in the second round? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Suzanne, there's $60,000 left on this, and so everything else has been allocated. Do we have anyone are you growing anyone to take your spot? Does you do that?
That is a question actually for the administration. There are some, I know, efforts to solicit a replacement, but I would defer those questions to Clyde Edwards.
That's the first. So I just want to tell you, I appreciate what you've done, and you will be missed here. And, you'll be missed because you had a lot of different projects, and you and I had a very good conversation. And you know, outside of here, it's different. I appreciate you because you're doing a lot of projects. And making sure that they come to fruition is important.
Thank you. I'll just add that there will likely be one more resolution coming to this body to allocate the remaining. We're working very hard on identifying another service provider who can use these money. So we expect to bring one more resolution to you, probably my successor, but you will be seeing another resolution.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
All right. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I was hoping to hear something like that because we don't want it to be left around and have to get sent back. So you looking at that?
We are.
You'll leave a big sticky note if it's for you.
I have a big list of things to follow.
And I'm gonna be curious about that. I want to ask the acting financial person something. Do you anticipate, as we approach the fiscal year ending, cleaning up things that might need amendments, and have you looked at that so far?
Be more specific, please.
Okay, particularly the general fund, but
Mr. Mays, please state your name to the change order at hand.
I am gonna state your name to the change order at hand. In your absence, I already addressed Ms. Priestley and Ms. Lewis, and I'll address you. Whenever I find out there's a budget person and all of these items on here is connected to the budget, I'm gonna ask a question.
We do not go over budget, if that's what you're asking. We do not let anybody go over budget. So if somebody presents a change, we look it up, we make sure there is money within that budget, so it does not go over budget, or we do not approve it.
And so you don't know what had happened before you got here. In that particular budget, we got 60,000 left. And so you saying since you've been here, that's the practice that you use in any account?
That has been the practice of this department going back years.
Well, let me ask you this question. How did we have a $12 million deficit back years?
That is something different than speaking to each individual situation, sir.
But it happened. So believe me, I've been in planning for over 30 years. I've been attending council meetings for over 30 years. When I came in November 2013, I had been attending council meetings for years. And so I hear what you say, the practice had been going on for years. Mr. Piper reminded me of Scott Kincaid and them. They had a $12 million deficit. because they didn't ask the questions in a timely manner. So I hear what you're saying, trying to protect the city, but remember, you talking to a guy that had to get us out of the depths. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Second round, final call, all ready. That brings us to the vote on the motion to approve resolution 230105. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns? Yes. Ms. Kirkendall?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
8 yes, 0 no?
8 yes, 0 no, that is approved. We have, our next separation is 230106. This was separated by Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, do you have a motion?
Yes, I would like to move resolution 230106, the agreement of the city of Flint, Genesee County Land Bank for the choice neighborhood area demolition.
Support. Hang on, for approval?
For approval.
Okay. You still want to second that, Ms.
Yes.
The move is properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
To you, to Suzanne, this is talking about, $1.5 million for demolition of publicly owned properties. Do you have a boundary area in which these houses will be coming down?
I do. It's hard, but this is for the entire choice area. So it's the larger choice area that encompasses both the South Flint neighborhood and the North Flint neighborhood. So it's essentially the neighborhood surrounding, and I cannot, honestly, I can't say, and maybe Ms. Birkenroder could, but it's the area that surrounds Atherton East and then up the Saginaw Street corridor to the area that surrounds the current Smith Village, generally.
So the area over by Atherton East, they didn't get a new bill, correct? God redirected that to Smith Village area.
That's correct.
So you guys directed the original choice neighborhood that was in the Smith Village area and in the Atherton East area. You guys did not build, y'all redirected the bill.
Just the housing portion of the grant.
Just the housing.
The city still has a commitment generally for, there's 3 components, as you might remember, to the Choice Neighborhood Initiative program, so it includes housing people and neighborhoods. So because Atherton East was, the primary area of the focus initially, our priority is still assisting that neighborhood. So we are still doing demolition, we are still doing vacant lot reuse, we are still doing owner-occupied rehab in the entire Choice neighborhood area, even though the housing is all being constructed in the North Flint area.
So, in the Smith Village area, while you guys redirected the housing, since the Choice neighborhood has been awarded, the homeowners that live in that particular area any of them have not received any kind of services to help them with rehab in their home. So we're doing everything for everything else. So we go tear down some houses, we go build some houses. But when it come down to the residents that's been there for the longest, that's homeowners, they have not received any kind of services when it comes down to housing rehab. When will this money have to be spent?
As I shared with you before this meeting, that's probably the next resolution you will see. We're working on both of these resolutions simultaneously, and there's additional details that have to be worked out with the owner-occupied housing. But I expect that one to be coming to you actually before I leave. The deadline for the next council agenda is tomorrow. We expect to be bringing that to you for the April 28th council meeting.
My question again is, when will this money have to be spent?
The money has to be spent by September 30th of 2024.
So the residents got probably about 18 months left to complete the housing, or do it got to be just awarded, or do the projects need to be completed? So you guys, I think, was awarded $30 million for the Choice neighborhood to do the housing. So part of that was helping the homeowners. So I'm not understanding why the homeowners couldn't get their stuff already started a long time ago, even prior to y'all building the houses, because if the money was there for them, just go and get started with them so they can be made whole too, versus building a whole bunch of new houses, and then you guys were short $2 million that we had to give to help offset building the houses, but yet it's still the homeowners over there still haven't seen anything. So we might got 18 months or 12 months left, and the homeowners over there that probably didn't know, or I don't know. I'm just concerned that our backs gonna be up against the wall at the last minute, and then if the homeowners don't get no help with their homes over there in the Smith Village area, because the money probably gotta be spent or reallocated to somewhere else or given back. I don't want them to lose the money this month.
Well, we're on the same page. We don't either. We want to spend it, we want homeowners to get repairs, and we intend to do that.
Do they gotta meet some kind of eligibility? They can't be behind the taxes? Do they gotta have homeowner insurance?
They do.
Do they gotta be low income?
They do.
Is there any services to help them if they behind the taxes, to help them get eligible and qualified to get those homeowners? So, okay, if somebody's behind in their house, oh, you don't qualify now.
We are discussing internally whether we can use other sources of funds to help with homeowners that are behind in their taxes and insurance, because this is federal funds, just like CDBG, and so we have restrictions. So we're looking at other opportunities to help these homeowners so that they can be assisted by these grant funds.
Thank you.
We don't have flexibility.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't know if the clock has run out. I don't know if it's or not. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Hey, Suzanne. I heard a lot of talk tonight from some of my colleagues about staying relevant and germane. I'm reading this resolution and I can't figure out the life of me what the homeowners got to do with demolition. Now, I heard Mr. Murphy, I heard her, he ain't germane, but I heard them talk about homeowners. Do they have to have homeowners insurance? But this resolution before me talk about demolition, correct?
Correct.
And we ain't finna demolish no homeowners' properties.
We are not.
This is vacant property, correct?
Yes.
Publicly owned property, but I didn't say that. I just wanted to show them something, cause they geniuses. They didn't say to Mr. Murphy, point of order, that ain't your man. Let me get to the bottom of this. 1.5 million coming from where?
It's from our CNI $30 million grant. So there's
From where?
our Choice Neighborhood Initiative.
And it's coming from where, the federal government or
Yes.
state?
From the federal government.
From the federal government, 1.5 million. And it's to tear down publicly owned property, residential and commercial.
Correct.
And it's in the Choice neighborhood areas, correct?
Yeah.
And that would include some on the north side?
Yeah.
Do it go as far as the first ward?
It does not.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about this money coming into the first ward?
No.
Okay, now let me ask you this question. Who picking out the demolitions? The city, the land bank?
The city is, and we're working with the land bank, but the city has identified, prior to the departure of the former Choice Neighborhood Project Planner, we worked together to put together a list of demolitions that the residents had prioritized in their neighborhood. So this is not a top-down city-decided program. This is a program that is done part and parcel with residents, with the African East residents, and we've put together a list that is being shared with the Genesee County Land Bank and will be included in their contractual agreement.
Well, another quick question. How far north do these Choice neighborhoods go?
I think the northern boundary is the street north of Mary.
The street north of Mary.
Of Mary.
The street north of Mary. So it's a lot of Jared Winfrey Carter's. Jared Winfrey Carter's there.
No, north of Mary Street.
Now, I'm gonna charge Woodson $5 per second for taking up my time. Woodson, so far you up to, no, I'm just kidding. Thank you. This Jared Winfrey Carter's area.
It's
primarily some of it in that area. And so I want to know that. Mr. Woodson, I'm gonna waive that $5 a second fee this time. Thank you, Ms. Wilcox.
I just want to be clear, just in case you didn't hear,
Let's be clear.
Page Street is the northern boundary.
Oh, that's what you and Mr. Woodson.
No, he was wrong. This is actually.
I was gonna charge you this $5.
Councilwoman Working Roder, who was working with the Housing Commission.
Page Street.
Yes.
That's the farthest north.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair. Yes. Ms. Wilcox. I guess I was confused about this grant. I just want clarification. This grant is not the one that's being used to tear down the structures on Franklin Avenue, like where Arlen's is. There's another one then.
No, this is, Franklin Avenue is not part of this the boundaries to this program, so no. it is
Okay,
not.
thank you very much.
I don't want to speak to what the other grant is, because I'm not sure what that is, but this, I think you're talking about the ARPA money allocated. Okay, then I don't know. And so, no, this is not it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else in the first round? First round? Second round? Second round? I will just really quickly say that the way that the borders of the choice, the way that the borders of the choice projects go, a portion of the 7th Ward is impacted by this. We were able to take down some incredibly blighted abandoned apartments right there on Lapeer. So it's great work. I think that having, being able to work on the people side of the choice grant, I think is really, really cool, and being able to build those relationships are phenomenal. And the impact that this has on community is so exciting. Being able to hear about how so many folks are moving from, they're moving into homes, they're moving into the cities that they really want to be with their family. It's just great. So thanks for doing this. Excited to hopefully get the planning grant for River Park, because that's Mr. Murphy's board, approved through HUD for the choice. So hopefully get another one of these grants.
And then you'll be doing the same thing again.
Yeah. All right, Madam Clerk, roll call, please, on the motion to approve 230106.
Ms. Roder?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays, not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Go to 7 yes, 0 no.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no, that is approved. Our next separation is 230109. That was separated by Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely 230109.
Support.
All right, it is moved and properly supported.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Call the question.
Okay, there's-
Support.
Okay, hang on.
Point of order.
Hang on. Ms. Priestley, that was you?
Yes.
All right, I heard a point of order.
Yeah, what is the new rule or the old rule on postponing indefinitely? What is that? And is there any discussion?
Are you asking me or where are you asking, Mr. Mayor?
I'm asking anybody.
To postpone indefinitely, let me pull that up. There is discussion, however, I do want to bring it to the attention that a call to question motion was made and seconded.
I ain't heard.
A motion to postpone indefinitely has discussion of 3 minutes per council member. Mr. Pfeiffer being before floor first. He had made a motion to call the question, which was seconded by Councilwoman Priestley.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, when I call point of order, I hadn't heard that. Now, I'm not gonna argue, but y'all show that it gets loud on them motions,
Okay.
because I hadn't heard.
All right, so we are on the vote for the call to question. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
What's your point?
So indefinitely mean it can come back at another time. I asked 2 questions. Was that discussion, and what did the new rule or old rule on indefinitely mean?
Well, I believe I answered your first question regarding discussion. I will refer you to Rule 21.1 and 21.2. The council may decide to prevent further discussion on a question by voting to postpone it indefinitely. 21.2 reads, a motion that has been postponed indefinitely cannot come up again at the same meeting. If it is reintroduced at a later meeting, it shall be treated as a new motion. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to call the question.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Oh, I want to abstain so I can use 30 seconds to give a reason. Why would anybody move to postpone indefinitely my resolution if it relates to the rule changes that I'm concerned about? This crowd.
Mr. Mays,
For
the rule
those
reads 10
reasons, I
seconds, you're out
abstain.
of order.
Say what?
The rule reads 10 seconds, you're out of order.
Oh, I thought 30, I abstain.
Proceed, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That brings us to the vote on the motion to postpone Resolution 230109 indefinitely. Roll call, please.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain. Because I am in agreement with what's going on.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. I call that vote. I hear a motion to adjourn by Mr. Piper. I hear a second from Ms. Priestley. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays? He is not in.
Even worthy, what does that?
Lewis? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.